All right, all right, all right, all right. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Well, it's not really morning, but I did have some breakfast recently, and I'm feeling pretty good. What is that location? What are we looking at here? Get to the bandit camp. That sounds based. Let's do it. Vent location. Okay. Well. Good morning, everybody. Oh, I should probably let people know that, hey, I'm streaming right now. Wandering Robot Studios says, to the bandit camp. Good morning. Hello. You're the first. Let me let everybody know that I'm streaming. Let everybody know as well. And everyone streaming live right now. Sick. We got Bobro saying hello. How you doing, Bobro? How are you doing? Having a good day, I hope. I hope you are having a good day. I'm having a good day. I had some breakfast, and it was a like a what do we call it? It was like a fajita omelet. They give you an omelet, right? That's got like cheese and like green peppers and like some chicken, fajita style, And now here's the kicker. They give you a side of sour cream and salsa. Oh God, it's so good. You just take a little dollop of that sour cream with your knife and just put on top of the omelet as you're eating it. Oh my God, it's like crack, I tell you, crack. The and then when you're like, ooh, I really like the creaminess of that of the sour cream, but you know what? I kind of want a bit of the tomatoey salsiness, and then you switch it up. You go, okay, no more creamy. Now I want salsa, and then you do the salsa bit, and you're like, ooh, saucy, good, yummy. It's even better if they give it to you spicy, with the salsa, and then you could just wash it off with more of the creamy goodness. Oh my God, it's just fabulous. You'll be fair to know, you would be amazed to know that I'm not hungover this morning. Not hungover. That is so rare. I don't think you realize just how rare that is. Bobro saying, sounds delicious. That's because it very much is. It is very delicious. Yes. We are taking calls, by the way. 202-998-5218. Call in. One of the beta topic. Here I am, ready to hear out your argument. Bobro says, did you ever go over what you think about Trump buying stocks in Intel with CHIPS and Science Act funding? No, I actually did not. It's one of the largest buyouts ever since the 2008 collapse. It is funny, right? Like Donald Trump will sit there and say, we're trying to get rid of this socialism, all of these socialists and communists, and that is why the state should buy out Intel. Guys, nobody tell him. Nobody tell him. Nobody tell him what that is. I bet Intel stock has probably gone up in value as a result, right? Let's take a look. Intel stock. That is a. Oh, okay. No, it jumped. since the news. Here, let me open up Chrome so y'all can see it. Yeah, I mean, you could see in this past month it was at 19, now it's 23, 24. Yeah, it makes sense. Makes sense. So the problem actually that I've noticed with Intel is, given the fact these quarterly financials are horrendous, you could see that they have a very large loss in net income since the last year. And then, yeah, and the net profit margin is it's not looking good for Intel. That's number one in terms of the financials. The other thing to point out with Intel that I find very concerning is the fact that their nanometer architecture is nowhere close to AMD. Let me see if I can find the exact nanometer architecture so I could tell you what I'm talking about. Let me see here. Yeah, so basically what helps make a system more and more powerful is it really comes down to how many transistors you can fit within a single spot. And AMD has just been crushing it out of the woodwork, right? Let me see if I can find what I'm talking about. Hold on. I'm looking. Hold on. Yeah. Hold on. Nanometer architecture, AMD versus Intel. Just going to look this up. Just looking. Hold on. Give me a sec. Where the heck is it? Yeah. Okay. So basically, what you have here, Intel has been operating on the same exact 14 nanometer architecture. Meanwhile, AMD with the TSMC processors, operating at 7. However, there are even some that are even smaller than that, running at 5 nanometers. Intel is not at that level. And as a result, the performance of their processors are not at the level of AMD's. And this is why AMD has been kind of taking the market lately, and why Intel has been doing worse and worse. And it kind of makes sense why a government would step in and be like, okay, we're going to start funding Intel to hopefully get, them up to speed. So that's effectively what's happening right now. I don't know I don't know what it takes to get it down to 5 nanometer technology. But obviously it just means that you have more transistors per processor when you have even thinner and thinner and smaller transistors. So that's what's going on there. I hope that makes sense. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. If you want to have a discussion, we can. If not, no problem. Speaking of which, intro, no debate. I'm going to start, just FYI, having timestamps on my lives, because I have been lazy in not doing that. And Awolthoughts had astutely brought up that I do not have, timestamps, and they have to often comb through, 4 or 5 hours worth of content, to try to find, the part where they spoke to them. And so I was like, okay, fine. I'll add the, we'll add just the simple, timestamps, just like I do on my Thursday shows. It's a little more work on my end, but hey, you know what? That's what I do for y'all. Okay, there's a bandit camp here. I think I'm supposed to kill some dudes. We're about to find out. Can I just say this gun is literally perfect in every way, and I don't want to change it at all? Like, I don't even want it to have better zoom. I just want it to be the same. Oh, I think I had the option to talk to these people. We're just going to kill them. Trying to see if I can find them. Witch says, good morning, Amender. Thank you. Good morning. Good morning to you too. I hope you're having a good day. I know I'm having a good day. We're vibing. Bobro says, if you really wanted to invest in a company, invest in Apple. The ARM they use is really efficient and lets the iPhone 16 play AAA games like Resident Evil 4 remake based. That's pretty cool. Right, let's see what we can do here. One down. Dead. I got a reward. Yay. Give me your ammo. I need your ammo. Why do I need your ammo? Because I need it. Let's eat cat food. Yum. Cat food. Which says, wish we could invest into YouTube channels. When's Amender going public? There's super chats. If you ever want to invest in my channel and you like my channel, and you can throw a super chat my way, and I really appreciate that. Thank you very much. I think like YouTube takes like 30%, which is a shame. But hey, it is what it is. It's super convenient for people who want to support my channel. But you don't have to, if you don't make a lot of money, then, don't waste your money on me. Okay. I'll be all right. The money will come. Can I just say this game, I got to tell you, man, this game really makes me want to buy an OLED screen. God, I want to buy an OLED screen. Like I want like an LG TV, like OLED, like, 43, 45 inch, TV screen with like, I don't know, 10 ms. That's what I want. I want that. Because this game has some moments where, I swear it's pitch black. And I'm like, man, this would look so good on OLED. But God, everything I want, literally every single thing that I want is over $1,000. And it's like, yeah, I can afford it. But like, do I really want to like, put it all into that? Probably not, and I just find it really hard to like consider, what the hell is that? What do we got here? Chocolate bar. Trying to separate the plates causes them to collapse. Okay, a common electro anomaly. It's an electrical protection. Okay, I'll take it. That's pretty cool. I hear gunshots in the background. Ooh, stash. Stash? Stash. Barbara says, Yeah, I'm stuck on 1080p stuff. Everything I want, I'm telling you, dude, it's over $1,000. I want like a new electric scooter that goes 60 miles an hour. But Ender, that's not safe. I know. That's why it's fun. That there's that. That thing's like $1,500. I'm like, can I justify it? I already have an electric scooter. My electric scooter is fine. And it's like, it's like, what else do you want? Oh, I want to, I was like looking at like what I would want for like the latest and greatest new computer. And it was like $5,000. And I'm like, I really do like, I'm on the computer like all the time, and it's like, and it's like, it's totally justified like to spend that amount. But I'm just like, but my computer's fine. I don't really need like the crazy latest and greatest machine. Like it's not needed. Like at the end of the day, So I'm just like, do I really need it? And I'm like, it's not justified. And then same thing with like that OLED screen. It's like, ooh, I could use an OLED screen. That's like, maybe $800. And then I'm just like, and I'm like, yeah, but like my screen's fine. There's nothing wrong with my screen. It's fine. And I'm like, why am I like wanting to buy something when there's like no need to buy it? And I'm just like, yeah, I can't justify it. And then what is the next thing that I was thinking? Oh yeah, like my I was looking at the latest Galaxy S series phone. I think it's like S23 or something. I don't know what the hell it is. Their numbering is so strange. But I went to to the T-Mobile store to check it out, and I was like, oh, this is so nice. It's like, can I justify it? And I was, it's like, I think it's like $1,200 for a new phone. And then I was just like, can I really justify that? And it's like, again, not really. I mean, my current phone is fine. Like there's no issue with it. Like there's nothing wrong with my phone. So I'm just like, why am I sitting there wanting to consume, I guess. I don't know. That's just me. I'm just kind of like, I'm okay with not having the latest and greatest. I think what needs to happen is I need to have some stuff just like unironically just break on me. Like my computer's got to break, where it's like, no, that's where I go. Okay. All right. I'm going to fork over big money to get a new one that, where I don't have this problem. That would be what would be required effectively. But as of right now, all of my stuff works just fine. So I don't need to buy any new toys. All right, we are heading back to turn in that side quest. I love side quests. They're so fun. Oh, bunch of guys here. Friendlies. Hopefully they're friendly. Are you friendly? You better be friendly. If y'all aren't friendly, you're all dead. All right. Bobro says, I don't need the latest and greatest either. I know. I like looked at what I wanted as like a computer. Let me show you. I've been kind of like ogling over it. This is where it's like I start like going, I kind of want it, Here, I'll show you. Where's my Chrome? Hold on. Yeah, okay. Let me just see if I can make sure I'm sharing the correct thing. Yep. All right. So here's what I was thinking, right? So I got here an AMD Ryzen 9950X 4.3 gigahertz 16 core processor. I always go air cooling. And the reason why is, and I know that water cooling is obviously better in terms of temperature. However, I have seen way too many liquid coolers just like, well, there are so many parts involved in liquid cooling, right? There's a pump, there's a radiator, there's like the liquid inside, and the liquid inside can sometimes like start crunching up over time with overuse. And I'm just like, forget it, dude. I just need a thing that has a freaking fan on it, and the bigger the better. So this is like a really big like air cooler, and I know it's going to work. I know there's not going to be any issues in the coming decades. So, you know, I always go air cooler. That's just me. That's just me. Okay. Listen, the next one, I was looking at this Asus TUF Gaming B850 plus Wi-Fi Max, full ATX motherboard. So it's got plenty of upgradable features, 64 gigs of DDR5 6000 memory. I've got this Western Digital Gold 16 terabyte, 7200 RPM internal hard drive. This is for big data. So like, here's the thing, right? I've got like videos and stuff that I make, and I try to save my data. I don't actually need to save that much data because all of it is on YouTube anyway. But just in case, you know, I have it kind of like lying around, you know, on my computer, and it's available for me to kind of reference if I ever need it. Honestly, probably better would be if I got like myself like a network attached storage with a bunch of big hard drives running in RAID 5 or something. That'd probably be pretty cool. Maybe another project. But for now, I have like a secondary hard drive that has like a really high level of productivity. Like it's basically designed to run perpetually, and it doesnd go bad, at least not easily. And then I have a 2 terabyte Samsung 990 badass SSD that is going to be, you know, for any games that require, you know, an SSD in combination of, you know, the operating system itself. But my big data, it's going straight here. Then here's, woo! Look at that big boy. Look at that big boy. See, this is where I start going, is it justified? Really? Like, it's $2,300, it's $2,400. It's so expensive, but oh, I could do it. I could do it, and it'd just be this monster. Look at it, dude. God, 32 gigs. That is a monstrosity. And just thinking about it, I'm like, oh man, I want it. I want it. I want it. I want it. My body wants it. But God, my poor wallet would just scream at me for doing such wasteful, such, you know, ridiculous spending, you know? All right, next one. All right. This is me. Okay. I don't know about anybody else. I hate RGB. Okay. I hate RGB. I never liked RGB. I don't like RGB. I don't want it to be like crazy or, hold on. Bobro says, First Amender, do you need a 5090? No, I don't need a 5090. I want a 5090. Okay. All right. So here's the thing. There are so many cases where they're just like ridiculous. Okay. So like, let me get like, I'll go on Newegg, for example, and I'll just show you some like cases, right? Like computer cases are so stupid. There are so many like just dumb and ugly cases. Look, I mean, this thing is a monstrosity. Why so much RGB? More RGB. This one's more tasteful in the RGB, but it still has RGB. I need to go to sleep. I need my computer to not be a freaking nightlight. This one's, it doesn't have RGB, but it's ugly. RGB, ugly. Okay, this one's tasteful. This one's not bad. Right? See, this is the level that I'm thinking at, okay? Where you could see like it's like this is the ugliest thing I've ever seen on planet Earth. It's so freaking ugly. Look at it. Ew. Brother, what are you doing? It looks awful. Okay, hold on. So here, now we're talking. Listen, this is mine. This is the one that I would want. Do you see how it's like tasteful? It looks like it's designed for business. It looks like that whoever bought this understands that they are not 16 anymore. Okay? And so I like the kind of a muted, beautiful design. Get crap like this away from me. I don't want anything to do with it. It's ugly. Gross. Anyway, let's keep going. 1200 gold certified power supply. I do not understand people who purchase power supplies that are not gold or better. I don't get it, right? How do you sit there and spend, let's say, $1,500 worth of parts for an average system? You spend on $1,500 of parts, and then you cheap out on the literal part that can burn out your entire system. I don't understand it. I don't get it. Anyway, FYI, we are taking calls 202-998-5218. If you want to call in, you can. Let me make sure my settings are good. Hold on. Where is it? What was I talking about? Where? Settings. Sound? Audio settings. Okay, my audio settings are good. They never change, which is nice because there's so many systems that just like auto change on me and I move stuff around all the time. Okay. Why are you First Amender? Why are you buying Windows 11? You can get that for free. You can get that for free. Go F yourself. Why go F yourself? Okay, number one, if I pirate Windows 11, great, that's amazing. You got free Windows 11, you saved $200, but who's to say that a Windows 11 update doesn't render your crack completely bunk? Okay. The next problem, I need my system to be up and running. Okay. I need it to be functional and I need it to be compatible with pretty much everything I throw at it. Okay. I have a lot of different software that I use and I don't. Okay. Bobro says, why not switch to Linux? Absolutely not. Show me the video editing software on Linux is garbage. Right? I'm going to go with industry standard. I'm getting Windows 11 Pro. Anyway, it's 4,000. Fuck. That's so expensive. Can you afford it? Can I afford it? Yes. Yeah, I can buy it. Right? I'm a responsible adult and I have money saved where this is not would not be a giant problem. But I just find it very difficult to justify such a flagrant expense. It's so flagrant. It is so terrible to spend that much money. But man, look at that 5090. Ooh. Goodness gracious. I just been ogling it. I'm sorry. Reddit OT Indian saying, adults earn a living and raise a family with responsibility. Okay, well, you enjoy your family. I get to enjoy my toys. All right. I don't know what to tell you, man. You and I live different lives, and that's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Let's get a new sponsor for the studio. Sick. Hey, man, that would be great. Like one day I get big enough to where I can separate the expenses, and make a separate business specifically for my show. Yes, Pepper. Yeah? Yeah. I love you. What did you do? Are you okay? Did you find a lizard? Did y'all hear that? Let me go check what she's meowing about. I'm almost positive it's a toy. Hang tight. What do you got, Bubba? Oh, you got me a toy? Look at you. Thank you. Thank you for bringing me toys. Thank you for bringing me toys. My cat, she does this thing. It's because she was a mom. She will collect toys and then bring them to me and then meow really loud to get my attention for the toy. It's not because she wants to play. It's because she thinks it's like food. And she's like, look, I got you food. She thinks I'm like one of her kittens. And she's like, look, I got you food. Are you happy? It's very cute. It's absolutely adorable. Reddit OT Indian. Hold on here. Here's what's funny. Toys equal children. This is what's funny, right? He contradicts himself in literally in two comments. Reddit OT Indian says toys equal children. And then Reddit OT Indian says, my toys are cars, motorcycles, tractors, and equipment. Okay, so you're a child. So is a $5,000 computer. That is also a toy. And yes, that's definitely can be absolutely 100% an adult's toy. Goodness gracious. All right. 2,250 plus an extra 1,100 credits, coupons. That's cool. Let's see. Anything that I can buy? Parts for sea protection equipment. Wait, what? Okay, we're good there. Isn't that a 9x18? Yeah, that's 9x18. Why isn't it highlighting? That I don't need. These I don't need. I do not need these. These I keep. These I keep. This I sell. Sell, 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 sell. That I keep. Sell. That's my cat freaking out in the background. Goodness gracious, Bubba's. We have some armor piercing and some regulars. Honestly, like 50 rounds is like a lot. Like I'm good. I'm gonna sell all these. I don't need. I can just have armor piercing. That's fine. Some armor piercing. Honestly, I don't need the armor piercing there. I'll just deal with that. Shotguns are already kind of pretty armor piercing. Get rid of that beer. What else? What else? What else? I think we're good to go. Reddit OT Indian says, I had video games when I was 12, but I became an adult. No games. Bruh, I pay my taxes. If you plan on paying for my house, then you can tell me what to do. Otherwise, I'm going to be doing what I want to do. Yep, that's what I do. That's how I am. I'm sorry. I'm very sorry. All right, I think I got to go upstairs here, and there's a chest. I'm just going to store some of this stuff that I have. Yeah, like this silencer I have here. A very nice silencer, and it looks like we got a collimator sight. Let's see. Yeah, I am not fitting that sight on this. The 3-line rifle is literally perfect. Don't touch my 3-line rifle. My 3-line rifle is amazing. I think we're good to go on more adventures, but I do need to repair my gear. Can't wait for the GTA 6 First Amender stream next year. Would be fun, but the problem is like when you're playing games like that is that it's very story heavy, and it's not really conducive to like streaming. Like this game, I mean, it's got story, but like there's a lot of like lull in between. Woo! We're getting our first phone call. First phone call. Here we go, boys. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hey, this is to debate a woke liberal.
Heck yeah.
Okay, I'm curious.
Let me get your name. What was your name?
Scott.
What's up, Scott?
Hey there. I was just curious your reaction to the idea that, people see woke as a kind of religion, almost a new kind of socialism that replaces, class warfare with identity politics warfare.
Mm-hmm. What is socialism to you?
I mean, it's basically the idea that there should be redistribution of wealth based on need.
Ooh, man. You may want to pick up your socialism book. Have you read any books regarding socialism?
I mean, yeah, I have read books regarding socialism. This is something that lefties do. They love to say, you don't know the meaning of the term socialism, or you don't know the
because you
meaning
don't.
of the term woke.
Would you like the definition?
You can use your definition. That's fine.
Yeah. So socialism is expropriating the means of production from the private ruling class to the working class. That's socialism.
The ruling class?
Yes.
I don't.
The rich, the people who own the means of production.
But I mean, these days that's often Democrats.
No, that's not the case. There are billionaires that do hunt out for their own special interests who both help out Democrats and Republicans to service their needs.
But the bottom line is you're not as against billionaires that are supporting the Democrats like George Soros.
I'm just trying to drive home to you that at no point do I argue the workers' ownership of the means of production, nor is social safety nets akin to socialism.
That's, so what you're arguing just for more of a welfare state.
Yes.
That, and so what? You're just basically a Democrat. I mean,
yes.
But you're supporting woke ideas.
Yes.
Okay. I mean,
well, because I believe in basic human rights. I think all individuals should be bestowed upon them their inalienable right of life, liberty, property, pursuit of happiness, and creating laws, say, for example, against trans people or gay people or people that are not cisgendered is a fundamental breach of those human rights. And I don't see how that would make a better society to subjugate a minority.
Where is that? What is your? I don't even remember.
There are literally hundreds of laws being passed specifically against transgender individuals.
Well, I don't think anyone should have special rights. Everyone should.
No. You have protections against specific classes because there are people that fundamentally get discriminated upon. Take, for example, like, are you against the Civil Rights Act, for example? Are you against the Civil Rights Act?
I am. I'm a libertarian, so, from a pure philosophical view, we should be moving to a place where we're not discriminating on the basis of color. I think that there was a time where black people were discriminated against in this country, and it's not really, in a political way, it's not really there.
So I used to be a libertarian, and this is one thing that kind of concerned me because it depended on what kind of libertarian that I was referring to. You would believe that every individual is bestowed upon them their inalienable rights, bestowed by life, liberty, property, and pursuit of happiness on the basis of John Lockean standards of classical liberalism, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I would agree with you. Most libertarians agree with that. So if that's the case, right, let's say that there is entire towns or groups of businesses that want to discriminate against black people. They say, well, we don't have to do business with black people, and we would rather prefer that we not partake in businesses with black people. And so we're going to go ahead and revoke the rights of their inalienable rights of life, liberty, property, and pursuit of happiness. Would you be okay with that?
That doesn't happen today, but
I'm not saying if it happens today. I just need you to engage in it. Would you agree with that sentiment?
I accept where we are today, and I see that we should be trying to move towards.
Does that mean that you are in favor of the Civil Rights Act, where individuals are protected from being discriminated against based on the color of their skin?
I'm for, I don't want people discriminated against for any color of their skin, whether it's white or black. And
okay,
so
I'm talking specifically. Just answer the question.
I am answering the question.
Okay, so based on what you said, what I got out of that is that you are okay with the Civil Rights Act as it stands.
What I'm saying is that I would like to see it faded out, and
that was a yes or no question.
So we're counting, so that I accept it today, and I would like to see it, phased out as we move towards more of a libertarian ideal.
Okay, so you said yes and then no, effectively in that question. So I'm going to ask you again, right? You said that it should be one way. Right. But then in the other, you said, OK, we should phase out the Civil Rights Act.
Yeah.
OK, so if you phase out the Civil Rights Act, I as a private business, right, let's say I own a restaurant, I could say, OK, I don't want black people in my restaurant.
There currently are, there are some protected classes, and there are some classes that aren't protected.
Okay,
but you can discriminate on someone based on their
I need
politics.
you to address what I'm talking about. You're not addressing what I'm talking about. I'm telling you, right? You have to choose. You have to choose between whether or not that you're in favor of what is currently the case, which is the Civil Rights Act, which is protecting minorities from being discriminated against. A restaurant legally cannot discriminate against you on the basis of skin color. Okay. But you also seem to want to revoke the Civil Rights Act. So explain to me how that works. Which one is it? Do you want the Civil Rights Act or do you not want the Civil Rights Act?
I think at this point there's not some sort of mass discrimination going on.
Dude, that is not what I'm asking. I'm not asking what's happening now. Engage with what I am saying. Listen very carefully. Are you in favor of the Civil Rights Act or are you not in favor of the Civil Rights Act? Say yes or no. Which one are you in favor of? Yes, Civil Rights Act, no Civil Rights Act.
No.
Okay, you are not in favor of the Civil Rights Act. Okay, so it is perfectly acceptable for minorities to be discriminated against, effectively revoking the life, liberty, and property and pursuit of happiness of those people.
Ultimately, property
privately
rights and having the right to do with what you want with it means being able to discriminate for even on whim.
So basically, it's don't tread on me, unless, of course, it's a private corporation, in which case, yes, please tread on me, daddy.
Well, the bottom line is there are plenty of restaurants in like D.C. that were denying service to Republicans or Trump supporters, but that's just
there's nothing inalienable about being a Trump supporter. You're not genetically predisposed to being a Trump supporter.
That's true, but there are still private people that are going to discriminate.
Let's break it down.
And just because the law isn't,
I'm going to break it down for you. Right, because I want other people to understand where I'm coming from with this. Hold on. I'm going to create paint here. All right. So we've got two societies. Society A right? And then we got society B.
And
so we want to have things like life, right? Liberty, pursuit of happiness, and property. And it's better to have more of that than there is less, right? You're a libertarian, right?
Sure.
Okay, so life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, property. Okay, so Society A, we do not have no Civil Rights Act. Okay. And so we have two types of Americans, right? We've got minority, and we're gonna not tastefully make them black. And then we have, other group of people who are white, okay, who basically have their life, their liberty, the pursuit of happiness, their property, all protected. Meanwhile, you have black Americans and minorities who do not have their life, their liberty, their pursuit of happiness, or property protected. Okay? So, and then in Society B, we have, hold on, let me finish.
What I'm saying is relevant to your point.
And so in the other society, in Society B, well, I haven't even made my point, so I don't know what you're arguing. So in Society B, where we have the Civil Rights Act effectively like degrading people's property rights, in Society B of the Civil Rights Act, what you end up having is that you have minorities who now have a preservation of their life, their liberty, their pursuit of happiness, and their property. And it is also the same thing for whites, right? Life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, property, all of which are met. So that would mean by having the Civil Rights Act, this fundamentally increases libertarian freedoms, right? As opposed to your society where you say, hey, we should not have the Civil Rights Act, which results in some businesses saying that, hey, brown people, you don't get life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, and property.
That's just not, first of all, you have to, societies change over time, and what's acceptable changes over time. And what you're saying doesn't allow the person to do with their property what they want.
That's correct. Yeah, you can't discriminate against people on the basis of property. So here's the thing, right? Because I believe, hold on, stop talking. Because I believe that if you're talking about life, right? If there's, for example, oh, he left. Okay, so if there's, for example, in terms of life, we have, say, hospitals that say, well, we're just going to deny brown people, because, I don't know, racist hospital. Like, that's totally possible. I could imagine there's probably an area in the Bible Belt where that would be the case. A person may not necessarily be free to move. For example, there could be a state that says, well, you have to be segregated into these specific areas, so you do not have liberty. And then you have instances of pursuit of happiness where, say, for example, going to a sporting event or going to a bar or going to a restaurant, these places that are freely available for people to visit, for people who have money, they do not actually have a right to the pursuit of happiness. And if, say, for example, that there's a racist HOA, which is really, really common, property itself is also an issue. So the reality is that when you have the Civil Rights Act, it results in more liberty, not less. Okay, that's the problem, right? And so when I ask libertarians whether or not that they would get rid of the Civil Rights Act, I think that they need to spend more time reading. Sadly, he hung up saying that it was not a debate. The guy is speaking nothing utter but nonsense. But that was Scott, everybody. I hope you guys enjoyed that. 4906. Okay, that was Scott, y'all. X says, isn't this the guy that Andrew Wilson's wife beat in a debate? Honestly, I'm at the point where I believe that I could show up with like this giant set of like meta-analysis studies, provide all of the information freely available, And then in response, Andrew Wilson or Rachel Wilson, their response or rebuttal is them showing up on stream and just shitting in a plate, just shitting on camera in a plate. And I'm telling you, the Wilson fans would be like, wow, so brave. So brave. You won that debate, Rachel, for shitting on a plate. Dude, that is so common, man. They cannot accept any amount of loss, no matter what. They didn't address anything of what I said. Both Andrew Wilson sat there and had to straw man my argument in order to make it work. It was a straw man into a false equivalency. He had to take a completely valid and sound syllogism and say, and he changed man and woman and changed it to cat and dog, which is not what I'm talking about, taxonomically speaking. And then went off with that and then proclaimed he won the debate. And a bunch of Andrew Wilson fans were just like, oh, he crushed in the debate. Well, the problem is that when you just watch it as is, it's very clear that obviously Andrew Wilson didn't actually address what I was saying. And then for Rachel Wilson is freaking crazy. These people are crazy people. Like Rachel Wilson, I sat there and asked, very simply, because it was in her book, whether or not that Beyonce is using her music to spread occultism. Completely insane, right? I think anybody would agree that's completely insane. And her response was to say, shut your F-bomb twink mouth. That was her response. Sarah Knight Jenkins says, because it ruins your argument. But it actually didn't ruin my argument. All it did was just a straw man into a false equivalency. It didn't actually address my argument. You need to address specifically the man and woman argument, right? How he determines people to be a woman is that he looks at them. He confirmed that in the debate. And then I said, okay, so then if a trans woman passes, then by your eyes and account, they'd be a woman. Period. They would be none the wiser. They would be completely incapable. James Miller says occultism is definitely real. No more real than any God or Jesus. Well, maybe Jesus is actually somewhat a thing. Is somewhat a thing. I disagree. I don't believe that in religions in general. I don't believe in occultism. I don't believe in any of it. I think it's like nonsense. But hey, the phone number's right there. If you disagree with me, let's have the call. 202-998-5218. I'm taking your calls. Yeah, let's go for it. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to write down here 4906 lull. Anyway, let's keep playing some Stalker. This game's so fun. Just because a guy had a paper sack on its head doesn't mean it's a woman. That's correct. I didn't say anything about that. That is a fun straw man, though. So, but I'm saying, like, by his own light, they would be a woman. That's the case. That is true. He sat there and said the way that he determines something to be a woman is that he looks at them. Great. Fabulous. So if somebody looked like a woman by your very account, they would be a woman to you. You would treat them like a woman. If you think you can win a debate against a mender, then debate him. Yeah, dude, I'm right here. 202-998-5218. You can call in. Come on. I don't understand what it is with these right wingers where they're just completely incapable of having a conversation. Imagine being a libertarian and being like, Civil Rights Act. People should have a right to discriminate against minorities. I'm like, great, but aren't you reducing people's like basic liberties? This is why they needed to waffle. They needed to waffle so much. What? Are those enemies? Is this friendly? I'm going to talk to him. That's a zombie. Okay, that's not a zombie. Whoa. All right. We are taking calls, 202-998-5218. If you like what I do, by the way, if you like it, if you like my content, if you think it's interesting, maybe you're here to hate watch. If you're any of the above, and you're not subscribed, what are you doing, bro? Bro, what are you doing? I'm like a super small YouTube channel, so hook me up, bro. Hook me up. It's free. You just hit the subscribe button. It's free. It costs you nothing. I appreciate y'all very much. Mwah. Tell you what, if you subscribe, I won't do that again. Let's take a look here. We got some equipment here. What do we got here? More stuff. Notification. Why do I have a notification? What? Dude, if it's a Threads. Yeah, that was a Threads notification. I'm uninstalling Threads. I'm uninstalling Threads. No Threads. You don't get to notify me randomly. Dude, why are there apps that just allow you to just notify you randomly? Bro, make that illegal. Holy shit. Uninstall. No. Don't notify me randomly. If I want to use you, I'm going to use you. If you're just sitting there like, oh, look at this random thing that we found that we think you'd like. No. No. Say no. X says, I set up the debate with you and Andrew on Modern Day Debate. Are you James? Are you James? Because I kind of talked exclusively with James about that, and he just let me know, hey, heads up, he can be really toxic. And I was like, I don't care. Let's go. Let's do the debate. Hi, Pepper. Is this Pepper time? You know, anytime you see the wiggle camera like that, if you see the wiggle camera, you know what time it is. Do you guys know what time it is? It's kitty cat cam time. It's kitty cat cam time. Here, let me adjust the, I'm going to adjust the, so you can just see how black my cat is. Let's see here. Let me see. How do I, yeah, that's probably closer to reality. Bye, baby. Hi there, bubbies. How's my bubbies? Oh, could I? Don't show them your bunghole. They want to see your face. They want to see your pretty face. Why are you biting me? Ow. Don't bite me. Be good, girl. Everybody say hello to Pepper. She's my baby. Nyong, 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 nyong. Oh. Oh, we're getting a phone call. Hello, you were on the line with First Amender.
Hey, good morning, Amender.
What's up, Extremo?
You got a good connection here, bro? We're not cutting out?
No, you sound good.
Okay, perfect. Hey, I just wanted to continue our conversation about the about immigration that we were having the other day. I think we kind of left it hanging there because of my phone.
Mm-hmm.
But I wanted to bring up a couple of points that I didn't get to, bro, because obviously we got fucking taken out. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So one thing, bro, that I wanted to bring up was an important point that I not like to bring up, but it's kind of a truthful point, is that one, can we allow an unlimited amount of immigrants to come into this country?
Can we allow immigrants to come into this country?
Unlimited. Asking there no limit.
Well, there's not unlimited people on planet Earth, and there's also not unlimited people who can be in the United States. So it is a limited number, no matter what you do.
Right. Obviously, but in good faith, you know what I meant, right? Like,
yes. So the amount of immigrants we take is entirely dictated by the amount of infrastructure we have, and I think it's completely possible to build infrastructure as the demand rises.
Right, and so this is where we kind of left off on the last time. The problem is this, right?
I'll let you continue talking, but just FYI, I am listening. I'm just grabbing some water, okay?
Yeah, no problem, bro. The issue that arises to me is that if we do have a limited amount of space, and the determining factor for you that makes it so that we should be able to bring in as many immigrants as possible is that we will build the infrastructure to support them. Well, we got to look at the issues that will arise in the intermediate time frame between the immigrant coming here and the building of the infrastructure. One factor that it's important to take into account, bro, is the dependency of the government of the immigrant. When the immigrant comes into this country, unless they already have some sort of a guaranteed job, they're going to be dependent on government assistance in some form, in some way. That's like almost is always the fact, right? Especially when it comes to low income earning immigrants. Right now in America, social programs are the most taxing besides the military on, U.S. taxpayers. My fear is that if we do allow a system that just lets people come in willy-nilly, almost unlimited people, then we will have to take into account the added cost of having to sustain those people. You can recognize that, correct?
I'm right here. Just give me a sec.
Right. So, that's one issue. We have to pay for all these people. This will ultimately result in higher tax.
So I don't know what. Hold on. Okay, I'm here. So I don't know what you think, how much money is actually being awarded to immigrants regarding social safety nets, but it's basically next to very little to none, because social safety nets are only afforded to citizens, not to green card, not to people who are who are on travelers visas. It is not awarded to non-citizens. The next thing that you should probably consider is that the only instance where any amount of assistance is even brought is something that's brought on by the states. I know California has some, and that there are some additional states that have a little bit of benefits. But you really, really should be aware that is funding that is allocated by the states and was elected to by the states to make that decision for themselves. And I would imagine you're probably in favor of states being able to decide how they fund their social programs. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes, but unfortunately, the problem that arises is that if it is the fact that
hold on. So you
allow
said yes to that. I just needed to hear a yes. That was a yes, right? They should have the right.
I said yes. But the problem is again, right, that will ultimately lead to higher costs for the people that are against
I think that is
right?
a discussion that needs to happen within the states and to adjudicate the how much money is spent and whether or not that it is sustainable. And if I had, it would behoove them to observe their budget with how much immigrants that they are getting, and then to adjust that budget as necessary. This is not a difficult problem, but again, I just want to be very clear that the United States does not provide social services for immigrants that are not citizens. It's not the case. They just don't do it. Okay. The only instance that exists is something that exists for social safety nets existing at a state level. And that's ultimately budgets that are authorized by the state and not the federal budget. So you're living in Texas. There is no money going to immigrants. It's just not the case. So the idea that they're sucking off of the system, that's not true. The reality is that these people are coming to work and they are often providing a good product or service, depending on what they're offering. And this allows Americans to benefit. So get that out of your head that it is, that they're sucking up the system. That's not the reality.
Well, I'm not saying that they're. Look, my position is not one in which I am trying to make a fucking like the good outweigh the bad type argument, bro. Like that's not my position because one, like obviously I'm a Mexican dude. I would rather there be more Mexicans here than less. The thing that I have an issue with is that you're denying a lot of things that you're spouting.
No. What I just said to you regarding funding and social safety nets, those are the facts. That's factually correct. What I told you. Okay, you gotta stop listening to these right wingers and say that it's that the social safety nets are being consumed by immigrants coming into the country. That's not the case. If anything, they're actually paying into it. They're paying into it more than they're taking out of it.
Okay, but you didn't let me finish, right? Like the idea is that we want those people to immigrate to this country to become citizens. That's the point that I'm making. That's the goal. You don't want a entire sect of the society to be considered a second-class citizen. I think that's immoral. I think that's what we have now, and I think we should not have that system.
Whoa, based pathway to citizenship. Right? I agree.
Right. If you agree with that statement, then you recognize that the people that are going to come into this country will eventually become citizens, and you have to also recognize that unless all of them are wealthy enough to not take in any type of government assistance, that a certain percentage of them will.
Right? Sure, but this would create more workers. This would create more people that are contributing to the economy.
Well, sure, and
so what's the problem?
You would say that. Well,
you're literally the son. You're the son of immigrants, right? They came to this country. They wanted a better life for themselves, and here you are making a business that's making you over, $100 grand a year, and you're providing a product or service, doing work for people that's ultimately making people's lives better. I want people to have that opportunity, and I think you should. You would want that too.
Yeah, but that's not the issue that I have, dude. The issue is with the amount of people coming into this country.
Well, I don't think it's a problem with the amount. I think it's a problem of hey, can we sustain that amount? And in which case it's like, okay, well, let's build infrastructure. Let's build it in such a way that we can handle this many people. Why not? Why not make our economy bigger and stronger and better in literally every way, shape, or form instead of like the xenophobic idea that they shouldn't be in this country?
Because there has to be a way for us to taper into that, Amender. We can't just accept people and expect these results. If we do that,
we can and have, and it works.
No,
we did. We did it in New York. We did it in many areas and across the country to great success.
Yeah, I wouldn't use New York as a example of that.
It's literally the wealthiest country on. It's the wealthiest city on planet Earth.
It's not due to the immigrants.
Well, it's one of the most diverse cities ever, and there's a lot of immigrants.
Sure, but those things are not correlative, bro. Like, you understand that the reason that it is the wealthiest state, or one of the wealthiest state, is because of its financial sector. It's not because of the immigrants fucking busting ass and building infrastructure.
Well,
the reality is
so
that
hold on. I want to get this straight. You think that the wealth of this country is being generated by the asset class where they're moving ones and zeros between servers, as opposed to what? People actually producing something?
I mean, we're not a manufacturing economy, Amender. You know
What?
that.
We're a service-based economy.
Correct.
You're still producing something, are you not?
We have a strong manufacturing sector, and we do produce a lot.
No, we produce a lot, and we produce a lot of services. Both of those things are true. And so the thing is that you're acting as if that the manufacturing that the reason why we're living a high quality of living is because people are moving on paper assets, moving from point A to point B, and that is what is generating the wealth, not the workers.
What was generating the wealth in America is the 1%, bro. It is not the
no. They're just
who,
moving. They're just moving ones and zeros around for their benefit, and the workers are the ones that are providing the goods, products, and services. Right. So let me give you an example. Okay, let's say I own a restaurant. Okay, and I hire a cook, and I hire a waitress. Right. The waitress comes up to you and says, can I take your order? You ask for your order. They go to the cook, and then the cook makes the order. It is true that I supplied the monetary need in order for them to be there, but the people that are actually producing something are the workers in that aspect. Does that make sense? Like, the manager in the office isn't providing anything. They're just providing the means of the infrastructure for that to even be the fact, right? As opposed to like the people that are actually producing something. They just provide money to do it.
Right, but
because we live in a monetary system.
No. Yeah, I get that.
Yeah,
I get that, bro.
So the people what's generating like the people like enjoying the livelihood that they have is ultimately workers that are producing it, not an asset class that are just moving money from point A to point B in and of itself.
Right, obviously that makes sense.
Correct.
But what I'm saying is that the immigrant is not the. It is not the catalyst of.
Are you saying that they're not producing something?
No, that's not what I'm saying at all. Why go? Why even say that, Amanda? You're going to 100. I think.
I'm asking you because that's based on what you said. That's where it goes. But that's why I wanted to clarify. Go ahead, continue.
That's if you wanted to be bad faith and you wanted to take it to 100.
No, I'm asking you. It's not me being bad faith. I'm asking for clarification. Okay, well, just say no and move on, and then explain.
If you're asking, yeah, but you do this a lot, bro. You say a statement and then you make it seem. You know what? I'm not gonna get into the meta of the conversation. The point that I'm making, bro, is just that when it comes to immigrants, bro, we cannot expect that every immigrant is going to be a producer. We know that that's just not the case for any society. Not everybody can produce, right? The second issue that I have is that if we do allow an unlimited amount of people that come into this country, obviously you will still have to deal with the people.
Do you mean like producer versus consumer? Is that what you're referring to?
Correct.
Okay. Well, so I just want to be clear, right? We already detailed the concept of how the immigrants aren't actually the ones that are taking, because the reality is that they have that social safety nets are largely not available to immigrants. So they're stuck producing. They have to produce.
Well, because of the status quo that we have now, which is that we have a limited amount of immigrants.
I'm not necessarily against having regulations on non-citizens. I know that there's like a legal necessity to something like that, but that's coming out of like a base of like raw calculus, as opposed to like having a weird, like, I don't know, xenophobic tie to it. And I'm not saying you're having a xenophobic tie. I'm just saying that my reasoning is a lot more thought out than somebody who's just coming at it from a racial point of view.
Yeah, and I'm not looking at it from a racial point of view, bro, because, like, at the end of the day,
okay, but they're obviously not takers.
Well, that's the issue that I'm trying to explain to you, right? They would be takers.
They would be takers if they became citizens under a social safety net. Is that what you're saying?
They would be, because you're
How?
not talking about
where are the takers? Where are the takers?
Well, we have a very restrictive immigration policy right now.
Okay, so if they became citizens, suddenly they'd be takers?
If you allowed for a unlimited amount of people to come into this country, right, and did not impose any restrictions based on like education or work experience or anything like that, then you will have a section of the immigrants that come into this country that would not be able to produce.
So usually undereducated people are the ones that actually have to produce.
Right, but not all of them do.
For example, like you as, say, for example, a financial analyst aren't actually like really producing anything. You're just moving numbers around on an Excel spreadsheet, right? As opposed to somebody who's actually producing a service or a product.
Well, that's pretty important.
I'll agree with you that it's some form of a service. I'm just pointing out that the low skill labor is not capable of doing that. And so ultimately what they end up doing is producing something real.
Well, the problem is that, again, right, like we're talking about the future, right? And this is what I'm trying to like explain to you that can happen if we do allow people to come into this country in an unlimited capacity. One, obviously, you're going to have a large population of people that are just going to be like, laborers. That's all they're going to do.
That's great. That's a good thing. You want laborers. Laborers help the economy.
Sure. In an economy that in which labor is not as important as it is now, which is going to be the case in maybe 20 years because of automation, that's going to fucking leave a lot of people in this country to be poor.
So your problem is automation? Great, let's ban automation. All right, done.
No, that's not my problem.
Oh, what happened? Wait, what?
No, my problem
Do we like robots or people more?
The core principle is that people that come into this country are not going to be producers as much as you think they are, bro. You think that if they could produce, that...
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Like at this point, like I'm not even sure what your point even is anymore. Like you're trying to justify that they would be takers somehow, but no matter what I bring up to you, you don't seem to be convinced that they would not be takers, even though it is empirically the case that they are not taking from the economy. They would only be producing. It's actually not possible for them to take from the economy because they're actually physically not even educated enough to do that.
Well, but Mender, if you have, look, okay, let's start from zero, right? Look at the population of Mexico, right?
Yep.
Let's use Mexico as an example, right? I feel like if like given the opportunity to come to America in an unrestricted way and an expedited way, that at least 25% of the population of Mexico would come into this country. They're just poor, right? And being poor in Mexico sucks fast. I can tell you from experience, right?
Yeah.
So if 25% of the population of Mexico, 15 million, 20 million people come into this country, what percentage of those people do you think will come into this country and start producing? My argument
I would say 99%.
Okay. If 99% of those people were producing, then 100% agree with you, right? But you know that's unrealistic.
Well, they don't have
right?
any social safety nets, so what else are they going to do? Are they just going to sit there and live under a bridge?
You have to.
They're
You have
young.
to get-
They're young and capable of work. I don't see why, and fully able to work. No, it sounds like we would get a lot of construction workers. It sounds like we would get a lot of low skilled labor. It sounds like that we would get a lot of people that want to go to college and try to like better themselves. It sounds like that this is going to just build up our economy a lot.
Well, that's.
And I think we should have the infrastructure to do it. Let's do it.
Well,
Big infrastructure
that's not how
bill.
things
I'm going to
work,
call it the
Commander.
Immigration Reform Act. We have a viable pathway to citizenship, and we fund the crap out of schools, the crap out of hospitals, the crap out of fire stations, the crap out of property. We make a crap ton of areas where people can live and work and enjoy themselves. And hell, I'd even have mixed-use zoning laws. And you know what? I'd make the immigrants build it.
Well, bro, okay.
I'd be a big booming economy, motherfucker. I will double the GDP of the United States, and the working class would actually see the benefit of that.
Bro, we don't live in Marvel.
Dude, I just gave you a post-Keynesian argument, and we have done, FYI, we've done this in the past. For example, with the GI Bill, it was successful. And these programs have been done in the past. They work. We could do it again. This is literally like a non-zero issue. This is completely doable. We as the United States can do this. We are the richest country on planet Earth. You're telling me that we cannot rise up to the challenge? Of course we can.
We can, bro.
Yes, we can. Why do you think the United States is so pathetic? What, they can't handle a few immigrants?
We're not pathetic, and we can't.
Obviously we're so pathetic we can't handle a few million immigrants.
No,
we can't do any level of control of the economy to be able to help build it up, and we're bringing in what 5-10 million workers, and you're telling me that when we get 5-10 million workers, we have no idea what to do? How dumb are we?
Well, it's not about being dumb, bro. It's about
that's dumb. That's dumb. That's dumb. That's a dumb thing to say, right? Because it's like, dude, imagine I show up, right? And here, let me help you out. Let me help you out, right? Let me help you out. Let's say, right, that I got there's I go over to my friend's house, and as I'm there, right, there's like a van of like 5 people, and they say, and it says looking for work. And I was like, what kind of work do you do? And they're like, oh, us? We do cleaning. And I was like, oh, okay, I don't need any cleaning. My house is pretty clean. Bye. And then I walk over to my friend's house, and my friend, when I enter my friend's house, I could see on the front lawn is just like a used couch, a destroyed car, and there's just trash everywhere. I open the door, and it's like hard to open the door because there's a bunch of trash everywhere. And I look around and I see my friend who's in the corner crying, sitting on a giant pile of money. And he's just like, I don't know what to do. It's so dirty. Pretty easy fix, right? Okay. I'd be like, dude, you realize there's like some cleaners right over there that are more than happy to clean for money, and you're sitting on a giant pile of money. Why don't we make your life better? And then they go, I don't know, they're kind of brown. They make me upsetty spaghetti.
And you think that's what it's about, Amanda?
Yeah, I do. I believe that.
You really do?
I do.
You think?
100%.
Okay, Amanda, do you think that I am anti-immigrant?
No, I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying a lot of people making these arguments are.
I'm making an argument against you right now, okay? I'm not anti-immigration, and I'm not a racist, bro. If anything,
all right, so why don't you make a justification to your arguments instead of saying they are takers? They're not takers. That's just not the reality.
It is the reality.
It's not the reality. Okay. They work harder than any American I know. I have never met an immigrant work as hard or work less or work less than a regular citizen. If anything, regular citizens work lazy.
I guarantee you I know more immigrants than you, bro. And I'm not going to say that they don't work, because obviously we do.
They work like crazy, bro.
But the problem is that you have a different you have different standards when it comes to a person that comes from a different country, bro. And
No,
that's neither
I
here nor
see
there.
people
Like,
as
I'm not
potentially able
I'm not-
to help the United States, and I think that it would make the world a better place. I think that we can make our economy even bigger than it already is. I believe that.
So I believe that too, bro. If we do it in a way that is sustainable, we can't just allow people to come into this country.
Correct.
Bro,
Well,
when
hold on. Nothing of what I said is
So,
unsustainable. This is totally sustainable.
Well,
It can be done.
It would be unsustainable if we had an unlimited amount of people to come into this country.
Well,
because
hold
you
on.
got-
Again, it's
this
not
is
literally
this is
unlimited.
the
I don't know why you
basis-
keep saying
well,
unlimited. We say 5 to
well,
10
what-
million,
that was-
immigrants. 5 to 10 million. That's what I
Okay,
said.
bro, but 5 to 10 million is a fucking huge.
It's really not.
Jump in
There's
population.
over 300. There's 350 million Americans here in the United States. We'll be fine. 5 to 10 million is a drop in the bucket. And I got news for you. I'm putting every single one of them boys to work. And then you know what? I'm going to get them green cards. And then I'm going to give them a valid pathway to citizenship. It's going to be based.
Right, and when they become citizens, they're going to require. Some of them are going to require government assistance.
Say again?
When they become citizens, they will. Some of them will require a level of government assistance.
So citizens would become more takers than they are makers.
And the case
So should we
of
deport?
immigrants-
Should we just deport citizens because they're just they drain on the system? We should just have nothing but immigrants that are not citizens.
What a ridiculous statement, Amender.
No, I
Let's say
agree.
Howard-
It is a ridiculous statement. I
hold on.
agree.
Let me explain to you why it is a ridiculous statement.
Yeah.
Let's assume that I were to just fucking say, hell yeah, let's deport them. Where are we going to
Citizens?
deport them? Back to their house? That's a ridiculous statement.
No, I just drop them
point
off
is-
in Uganda or something. I don't know.
well,
They're
not
useless.
from
They're
Uganda,
takers,
bro.
right? Citizens, they
They're
start
not-
getting,
but they're not
all
from
these
Uganda.
social
They're
safety
not from
nets, and we
Uganda,
can't
bro.
have
They're
that,
from
man. We got to
America.
deport
That's
grandma.
what you're gonna deport them to. You're saying we should deport
Yeah.
Americans to America? Like,
No, I just
okay,
think that we
guess.
should have immigrants that want to work, and they can come work, and it makes our
They
world
can-
better.
Bro, not every immigrant is going to be capable of working, bro.
Sure, but I think if there's a lack of social safety nets, I promise you they're working. Right, they're here knowing that they can get a piece, that they can get a piece, and they're going to provide a good product or service. Period.
Well, I'm not going to deny that they can work, bro, that a percentage of them can work. I'm not even going to deny that.
Well, not a
of them
percentage. I would say
are going-
much more than that of regular citizens.
Well, it's not
much,
it's not
much
zero,
more.
It's not 100, bro. That obviously is going like it's going to be a number in
Yeah.
between of people that are going to be able.
I mean, I don't know where they're going to get their social safety nets outside of like being in California or something. Most states don't give you benefits.
But
You're not
they will
awarded
if-
benefits in the United States by being what?
Do you want them to come into this country and become second-class citizens?
I want them to become into this country. Well, no, I don't want them to be second-class citizens. I would want
Correct.
them to
You
have
want them to be
all the
citizens.
rights due upon them as that
Right,
of citizens.
me too, bro. I'm 100% in the same boat as you, bro. I think that everybody that comes into this country should be a citizen. I don't give a fuck where you're from. Mexico, Brazil, fucking Japan. If you come into this country, I don't want this fucking bullshit green card. I don't want this fucking working pass. I want you to be a citizen.
Okay.
That's how I.
Well, you
that's
realize
how I
that green cards are the pathway to citizenship, right?
Right. I don't like that. I want there to be just.
So just
citizens,
go
bro.
straight to
If-
citizenship?
Go straight to citizenship. That's
Whoa,
my position,
based.
bro.
So they show up to the
Yeah,
border,
no,
and then it's like if they have like if they're not on the OFAC or the no-fly list or have any communicable diseases or convicted of any violent offenses of their home country, they could just become a citizen?
Nope, that's not what I said.
Oh my God! But that's what I would
wanted-
do.
No, because I want it to be restricted, bro. I literally.
Why?
Because, dude.
You literally
everybody
just
that
said that
isn't
you wanted
on
them to
the
be
OFAC
citizens. That's less restriction than green cards.
Well, listen, right? I don't think that everybody that isn't on the OFAC list is entirely innocent or like.
Sure they are. If they're not
what's the
convicted
word?
in any violent offenses, then yeah, they would literally be innocent by the court of law. Yeah.
Sure.
That's literally
but
what that
I
is.
don't think that, I don't trust the government of another country to be able to determine that?
Well, I mean, again, you don't really. If you have no evidence of any of that, then I just think that they're innocent.
Well, the problem
That's literally
is
how
that,
it works.
if
Is
the-
like they're
if the
innocent until
country
proven
was-
guilty in a court of
If
law.
the country was full of people that were innocent, bro, people wouldn't be running away from the country, would they?
They're running from their country because there's a lot of horrible things happening in other countries, and they seek asylum.
So what, like aliens or anything, or is it the people within the country that are making the country shitty?
It's usually a dictator or destabilization of their local government of their country.
Mexico has a dictator.
No,
Most immigrants come from Mexico.
they have cartel.
Right. So
Yeah, that's a problem.
Right? Cartels composed of what? Aliens?
No, of Mexicans.
Cats. Okay, Mexicans are humans, right?
Yes.
People.
Yes.
So those people, like, unless the Mexican government tells you that they are not in the OFAC list, you think that just immediately means that they're...
No, it wouldn't be that's the United States government that would determine if you're on the OFAC list.
Right. How would they determine that?
Huh? Whether or not how somebody gets on the OFAC list?
Yeah.
That's a good question. I don't know. Let me look that up.
If you're from Japan, bro, you've never been to America, right? How do you come?
Let me look this
How
up.
does America say, well, oh wait, you're in the OFAC list? How do they make that determination?
Okay, so the specifically designated nationals block persons list is maintained by the U.S. Treasury Department's Office of Foreign Assets and Controls, or OFAC. It's a blacklist of people, groups, or entities that Americans are prohibited from doing businesses with because that they are seen as a threat to national security, foreign policy, or the economy. So someone or an entity can end up on the OFAC list in several ways. So they can be involved with terrorism or support of terrorism. So that would be individuals, organizations, or states that finance, direct, or support terrorism. There are drug trafficking, so major narcotics traffickers, their networks and businesses tied to them are frequently listed. There's also weapons proliferation, those that are engaged in spreading weapons of mass destruction, missile technology, or related materials. There are those that are tried for human rights abuses, corruption, or destabilizing activities. So people tied to atrocities, systemic corruption, or destabilization of governments can be sanctioned. Working with or already sanctioned government organizations, so entities that are tied with sanctioned countries like Iran, North Korea, or Russia get added. There's also a recommendation by intelligence or law enforcement agencies. OFAC designations often follow investigations by agencies like the FBI, the DEA, the CIA, or foreign partners. And then there are, of course, executive orders or congressional mandates that the president or Congress can direct OFAC to sanction certain individuals or groups under specific laws.
Right. How does the American government, that didn't answer the question out. How does the American government know if somebody's committed a crime in a foreign country?
They investigate them.
They investigate using what?
I would imagine they use a number of different methods.
Right. Do you think that one of those methods would be information given to them by the country of origin of the person that they're investigating?
Yes.
Okay, if the person that they are investigating has not been caught by the country, and they there's no information on them because they live in the hills, how would the American government know if they're a threat?
Well, yeah, I mean, again, it goes through all sorts of investigations. It's not just that, what you're saying.
Right. So the American government is, in your opinion, investigating every single person in the world.
Yeah.
Or is capable of investigating every
Yeah,
single
that's
person.
literally what they've been doing.
Well, I mean, listen, bro. You know what, dude? I guess literally everybody that comes into this country, bro, legally or through a legal channel, it never committed a crime, I guess.
That's not what I said, but okay.
Oh, well,
Did you have anything else for me?
That's what you do. No, the point that I'm making, bro, is that you can't just allow people to come into this country, bro. There's mitigating issues that arise whenever you do that. Like, for example, how are we supposed to take care of them? You got children that need to be, that are going to have to go to a public school system, which is going to have to be an added cost. Another thing that you need to take into determination, bro, is that, like, if a lot of the people that come into this country, bro, are poor, thus they're more likely to commit crime. That's just how it works logically. It works like that here in America. If you're poor, you're more likely to commit crime. Not being caught in a crime does not mean, not getting caught in the commitment of a crime doesn't mean that the crime didn't occur. That's what happens with immigrants, bro. Because immigrants are doubly more careful to not get caught, they're going to be caught at a lower rate than regular citizens, bro. Obviously, the fact that the American government has information on citizens will also mean that citizens will be caught at a higher rate than illegals when committing crime. There are a lot of factors that you don't take into account, bro, because you think that we live in this Marvel fucking universe where fucking there's you live in the world that the commercials portray, bro, where there's like a group of 5 friends and one of them is gay, 2 of them are minorities, and one of them's a woman. You know, like you live in this idealistic, you have this idealistic perception of what reality looks like, bro, but it doesn't work that way, dude. If it did, we wouldn't have the issues that we have today, bro. You can't function in that way whenever you're running the government. Whenever you run a government, bro, you need to be realistic. That's why we impose restrictions on immigrants, bro. It's not because we hate brown people and they make us a spaghetti. It's because, again, bro, Mexico is a cartel state. People that come from Mexico are more likely to participate in illegal activity. And if you don't want to recognize that, bro, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, any investigations that try these illegal immigrants seem to show that they actually commit crimes at an even lower rate of that of ordinary citizens. But that's beside the point. Like, I mean, I've brought these stats to you and you've just said, well, I don't trust FBI statistics because they're just not getting caught. And I'm like, okay, well, then I guess that's the end of that discussion. So I don't know what else to tell you, Extremo. I mean, we just have to agree to disagree. I'll give you the last word, though.
I've been right about a few things, bro. And one of those things was when I told you to change the name of your server to debate with an exclamation point. I think you should make a podcast, bro. You should turn your show into a fucking podcast.
I mean, it kind of is a podcast, to be fair.
I know. That's why I'm telling you, you should just fucking do it. Just turn it into a podcast.
It's just a podcast, and then maybe I gotta like look up like spots where I could just like upload the content, you know?
Yeah, bro. Just make an RSS feed.
It's not a bad idea.
Fucking find out where you can fucking put your podcast, bro. There's no reason why you shouldn't. You live in America.
Maybe start putting it on Spotify.
That's what I'm talking about. Become the next Joe Rogan, gay Rogan over here.
Thanks, Extremo. Hopefully more fact-based than, yeah. Have a good day. All right, hold on. Let me, all right, so that was ExtremoMcCool, everybody. What do we got? That's 137.48. Discussion on illegal immigration, USA. Phones are open, 202-998-5218. Call in. There were a bunch of people that called in between Extremo, and so now's your chance. You can do it now. I am trying to figure out how to get to I could see it. It's right freaking there. Look at it. How do I get to it? It's right there. You see it? I want to get to that, but I don't know how to get to it. There's got to be a way to climb up there. I'm trying to figure it out, and I'm just having a hell of a time trying to figure it out. Is there, maybe I can jump from, there's got to be a way. Jump up here again one more time. Because there's no, like, spot to jump up from here. Like, you're just like kind of stuck here. Can I just like be on that? No. There's no spot there. How do I get up there? That doesn't look like a spot that I can crawl through. You know what? I bet you there's a spot outside in a broken window. There's got to be. I apologize to stop the stream. I'm going to just BRB real quick. I will be right back. If you call in and I don't answer, it's because I am AFK, but BRB real quick. It will not take long. Hello, everybody. We're back. All right. Sorry about that. So the phone number is 202-988-5218. Call in. Call in. Do you want to debate? I'm right here. Come on. Debate. Let's do it. Don't you want to debate me? All right. How do I get up there? Okay, we're gonna figure it out. We're gonna figure it out, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna figure it out. I really should get a tripod for the camera. In fact, I may as well buy that right now. Pepper, what are you doing, Bubba's? Let's see. So it stops wiggling. Hannah says, "Oh wow, I forgot I was listening." How you doing, Hannah? How's it going? Hope everything's going okay for you. Which says, "Pepper, call in." Pepper is right here. She does not need to call in. She's got front row seats. Red Mag says, "Liberal nightmare." Oh my goodness. Yeah, that whole horrible human rights thing. Oh my God, it sounds terrible. I can't even imagine what it would be like if people had human rights. Which says, "Pepper is MAGA." No, Pepper's not MAGA. She's black. You can see how black she is. She cannot be MAGA. Sorry. That was a joke. It's a bad joke, but you're on the line with First Amender. Hello? You're on the line with First Amender. You there? Hello?
First.
Can you hear me?
Yes, First, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but you are crackling something terrible. Get your mouth away from the mic a bit. It might help.
I don't think that's. I'm in the car. I'll just call back in a minute or two.
Okay, sounds good. All right, we are taking calls 202-988-5218. Let's see, 137-48 lull in discussion plus AFK. All right, let's keep going. Anyway, we are taking calls 202-988-5218. Okay, so I should be able to just get right in here, right? Yeah. And there it is. That's how you get up there. It was trying to trick me with all those other ways to get up there. Hannah says, "Deep throating mics is a universal issue." Yes, it is. That was what a terrible stash. Oh, that's not a terrible stash. Never mind. There's a sunrise suit right here. Holy cannoli. What do we got here? No, this is an amazing stash. Oh, that's worth $36K. Speaking of which, I don't think I have, I actually think I have to repair my stuff. I haven't repaired them. I haven't repaired it in a while. I better head back. Yeah, let's head back. We're going to head back and repair our stuff. Oop, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender. How you doing? By the way, you may want to turn off the stream sound while you're talking to me. Are you there?
Yeah, hang on. Sorry. Okay, is that better?
Yep, much better.
Okay, so...
What do you want to talk about?
Honestly, I'm open to anything. At this point, I've been having an issue with the debate going on with Israel and Palestine, and I feel like the liberals are ignoring very blatant evidence at this point.
Okay. Can I ask your name?
I mean, Jeffrey Brown.
Jeffrey. All right.
I'm trying to work on. I mean, I'm 100% MAGA.
What is the
trying to work on?
What is the liberals not acknowledging regarding Israel Palestine?
The UN at this point is pretty much the one enforcing the famine, not Israel.
Okay. Where did you get that information? That's news to me.
There's videos all over I mean, I don't want to just say X because I really just started on X. I get a lot of my news from different channels all over YouTube, like the one I'm guessing I just stumbled on yours.
Can you post it in, are you able to send it to me on Discord? Do you have Discord?
I don't. I'm very new to like these social media things.
Okay, well, tell you what do I search specifically? So that way I can find what you're talking about. The Enforcer, and then what am I Googling?
That's a YouTube channel, The Enforcer. They started out very pro-Ukraine. They started out streaming about the Ukraine war.
Uh-huh.
And now they're kind of covering all the conflicts that are going on.
Okay. And so you think that they have the information regarding Israel-Palestine conflict? So I guess so what I'm concerned with is that based on and I use like PBS and Reuters and Associated Press to get my information. And the information that I'm aware of is the fact that it's in fact Israel that is denying UN requests to give them access to food. The UN has explicitly said that they want to provide humanitarian aid. Israel has not allowed that, and Israel has instead created their own areas, and only they are allowed to give food. No World Health Organization, no UN, no any NGO, and that's empirically the case. So I'm not sure where Enforcer is getting his information from.
So one of the sites or one of the people he uses is @ScentDefender. They are an open source intelligence monitor. And I mean, there's videos that are showing, I think the place is called Cal Yunis, and it's showing just tons of aid sitting there rotting because the UN will not pick them up because the UN keeps getting carjacked. At the moment, only 12% of aid is getting through because they keep getting, I mean, basically like Mad Max style carjacked.
Well, hold on. So what you're saying is different from your claim, because you said that it is the United Nations that are denying food, not Israel.
Yes.
But that's not the case.
United Nations, their charter is the United Nations are supposed to be distributing the food in Gaza. Is that not part of the reason of the United Nations?
So multiple reputable sources confirm Israeli authorities have denied or obstructed UN humanitarian efforts of the Gaza Strip. You can look at the UNRWA food convoys that were blocked in March of 2024, where Israeli authorities explicitly informed the UN that they would no longer approve any food convoys by UNRWA, as in the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, into northern Gaza. The UNRWA's Commissioner General Philip Lazzarini condemned the decision as intentionally obstructing life-saving assistance during the famine. So, and I'm just going to show you right here just an article to prove my point that I'm not blowing smoke up your ass when I'm bringing this up, and it's coming from reputable sources. Give me one quick
Here's
moment.
where we differ. I do not consider the UNRWA a reputable source.
Hold on. So I just want to be clear, right? Your position is I don't trust the United Nations for information. Instead, what I trust is a YouTuber. No. Hold on. Let me finish. You said that you do not trust the United...
Yes, I do not debate them.
You do not...
I do not trust them.
Okay, let me repeat it because you didn't hear what I was saying. To be clear, the United Nations are not trustworthy. However, this YouTuber is trustworthy. So a YouTuber is more trustworthy than the United Nations.
Video evidence is trustworthy.
The video evidence?
Yes.
So you're saying that the United Nations is saying something opposite of the video evidence?
No, the video evidence coming out of Cal Yunis is showing rotting food aid, rotting baby formula, rotting aid.
Yes, because they are being denied from having access.
is not delivering.
Yes, because
No,
they're being
the United
denied
Nations
having
is
access.
not delivering because they are afraid of what will happen.
All right, we're going to try one more time. I'm trying to deliver it home that it is not
Yes,
the
and you're
United
not
Nations that are
understanding
being
that your
that are
information
denying
is
it.
false.
It is Israel
Your
specifically
information
denying
is
it.
false.
That is
UNRWA,
incorrect. The United Nations
UNRWA,
News. I have an
they have
article right
9
here.
workers.
I have an article. Oh my God! All
UNRWA
right, I
has
have to mute
9
you.
workers.
I have to mute you. I have no idea why people act
Then I'll
this
just
way.
hang up, dude. You
All
won't
right,
listen
then hang
either.
up. Then hang up. Then hang up. I don't care. I'm gonna mute you. I mean, if you're still there, you could do it. But I'm gonna. Yeah, they hung up. You could see it right here. I asked him, where are you getting your information? His idea of information is, well, I'm going to a YouTube channel to confirm that information. Well, great. That's awesome. I have the United Nations right here telling you that Israel is telling the UN it will reject the UNRWA food convoys into northern Gaza. That is empirically the fact. All right. And the reason why you would have rotting food is because Israel is denying access to go into northern Gaza. So that makes perfect sense. So let's go ahead and we could read a little bit of this. Just to be clear, as of today, UNRWA, the main lifeline for Palestinian refugees, is denied from providing life-saving assistance in northern Gaza. And then he called the decision outrageous, saying that it was made to intentionally obstruct life-saving aid deliveries during man-made famine in the northern part of the Gaza Strip. He underlined the need to lift this ban, adding that the UNRWA, the backbone of the humanitarian response in Gaza, is the largest relief agency in the Strip and has the greatest ability to reach displaced communities there. Okay? So, I don't know what to tell you. If you want to sit there and just trust some dumb YouTuber, it's funny because I'm a YouTuber, but my reference is I'm using the United Nations directly. He's saying that the United Nations is the one that's blocking it. That couldn't be further from the truth. So who do I trust? Do I trust the United Nations or do I trust random YouTuber? Use your epistemology here. Obviously, the United Nations is more trustworthy regarding this discussion. Ooh, look, a graphic. Let's see here. Yeah. Anyway, phones are back open. 202-998-5218. That was Jeffrey Brown, everybody. Likes YouTubers more than United Nations sources for whether or not that Israel is blocking aid. In fact, it's just ridiculous. I mean, come on, use your brain, use your freaking brain. Don't listen to some YouTuber about this stuff. Actually use primary sources. All right, where was I? I think I got to go to, I'm going to, I can't, yep. We're making our way. We are taking calls 202-998-5218. By the way, if you like what I do, or let's say you're just here to hate watch, you can hate watch me. And the only way that you're going to know whether or not that, I'm streaming is, you got to subscribe. You show up, you subscribe. And, if you love to watch it or you hate to watch it, I appreciate it. I really do. We got Weekend Lisa stating transgender. It's funny. You are a transgender. Ooh, we got a phone number. They're anonymous, so might get an N-word. You're on the line with First Amender.
Yo, Amender, it's Flashy.
Oh, okay. Thank goodness. No N-word. All right, cool. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing okay. I just wanted to check in and see how you were reacting to all the bullshit, disgusting conservatives and that Minneapolis shooting.
Yes. I didn't take it well. mostly because people have now gotten to the point where I have to talk with right-wing Catholics, especially like across the what is it called? The Eastern Orthodox Catholics, especially the Eastern Orthodox Catholics, have been pushing more and more towards extremism, saying, "Oh, we have to stop the transes from killing us." And I think these are disgusting people. They unironically want to make the world a worse place, and they want to justify killing of trans people based off of this one shooting, which is honestly incredible. And it's sad to see that they are taking advantage of dead children to further their worldview and their desire to kill trans people.
Yeah, it's interesting. You mentioned like the Eastern Orthodox types, because what I've been seeing as well is that a lot of the so-called self-proclaimed, Roman Catholics, they're pretty upset with like the bishops and the Pope and everything, because they have not commented on the shooter being trans, but instead they've been calling for more gun control.
Wow. Whoa. How dare you? How dare you want to try to fix the problem? Why can't you let us demonize trans people?
Right.
I just want to demonize trans people. Why can't you demonize trans people with me? Literally the ruling Catholic body.
Yeah, it's been interesting to see.
Don't take away my guns, unless if you're trans.
I was pretty pissed to see the response that conservatives were doing. It was like just so dishonest and gross.
Oh, it is. I hate it. Did you see the latest? Yeah, no. You did comment on my latest video where I talked about it, and the music was too loud. I agree. There are parts. You know what's wild, right? Like I sat there in just editing that video, and like you listen to the beginning of it, and it's perfectly fine. Why is it perfectly fine? Well, because I listened to that part, and I was like, all right, the music is low enough. And then roughly halfway through, it gets like really loud. And I'm like, oh, good. It's like several decibels difference, like in the actual like song itself. Like it's not like leveled off. And I was just like, that's really freaking annoying. And so I suppose that does suck, but it's okay. Next time I'll be aware that, hey, that track has a specific part that the volume is way up. And so I'm going to avoid, that, I guess.
Yeah. It's been disgusting to see like the whole response from the conservatives, because what they keep on trying to say, like, oh, there's a pattern here. Look at all these trans shooters. Mm-hmm. And it's like trans people make up like less than 1% of the population and make up like less than 0.5% of mass shootings. Yeah. Like it's pretty ridiculous. Like the vast majority, overwhelming majority of mass shooters are cis, straight, white men.
It's very true.
And usually right wing.
Yes.
So like if we're gonna go based off of like identity, like that's who you need to go after, not fucking trans people.
No, I couldn't agree with you more. I've pushed this for people to really understand. I mean, it's largely ignored. Again, it's just a reason to go after trans people. That's all it is. It's actually insane.
It's funny because every time I point that out to like a right winger and they get super mad, they're like, "What you want to have collective punishment for all of us?" It's like, yeah, that's exactly what you guys are doing with the trans people. Like, I'm just applying your own logic to a group that you want protected.
Yeah. I agree with you completely. That makes perfect sense. That's exactly the problem that I'm observing, and it looks like that you're observing the same exact problem. So I'm glad that we are in agreement there.
Yeah, and also, it's been annoying. People like J.D. Vance are like lying and saying that liberals and just leftists in general are mocking and attacking like the thoughts and prayers thing. But like I've never seen anyone do that. Like it's always the reason people are like coming after them is not for the thoughts and prayers. It's the lack of action.
Well, like, yeah, I mean, because the thoughts and prayers thing is literally the lack of action. They're just unironically not doing the thing that they want to do. Like they want to actually like do something about it. And then they always say, well, our thoughts and prayers go out. and then they're like, we're going to pray to end this, and then nothing happens. And then, we just start it all over again. I mean, let's be honest, right? We're going to go another, month or two, and there's going to be another situation like this. Like, this is so common in the United States. It's really sad.
Yeah. Also, in response to that, I've been seeing people point out to J.D. Vance that the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops, I like this article from 2020. It's called "Background on Gun Violence: A Mercy Peace Building Approach."
Feel free to send it to my Discord so I can review it.
Okay, yeah, I'll go ahead and send that over. But they call for a lot of different gun control measures, and it's really under the title of actions. I just sent it over to you.
Let's take a look here.
But if you want to look at that and scroll down to action, which isn't that far down, but they have a list of measures that they want added.
Let's take a look here.
And it's funny because J.D. Vance considers himself a recently converted Catholic.
United States Conference of Catholic Bishops, a mercy of peace-building approach to gun violence. We know that this is piecemeal violence of different kinds and levels, which causes great suffering, wars in different countries and continents, terrorism, organized crime, and unforeseen acts of violence, the abuses suffered by migrants and victims of human trafficking, and the devastation of the environment. Where does this lead? Can violence achieve any goal of lasting value? Violence is not the cure for our broken world. Countering violence with violence leads to forced migrations and enormous suffering because of vast amounts of resources that are diverted to military ends and away from the everyday needs of young people, families experiencing hardship, the elderly, the infirm, and the great majority of people in our world. At worst, it can lead to the death, physical and spiritual, of many people, if not all. Pope Francis. Okay. The USCCB position. This is the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops. In 1994, recalling the words of Pope Paul VI, if you want peace, work for justice. The U.S. bishops issued their pastoral message confronting the culture of violence, a Catholic framework for action. The bishops stated, we have an obligation to respond. Violence in our homes, our schools, and our streets, our nation and world is destroying the lives, dignity, and hopes of millions of our sisters and brothers. With this reality in mind, the USCCB supported the assault weapons ban initially passed in 1994, but it expired in 2004. In 2000, the U.S. Bishop issued their pastoral statement, Responsibility, Rehabilitation, and Restoration, a Catholic Perspective on Crime and Criminal Justice, and called for all people to work towards a culture of life, to do more to end the violence in our homes, and to help victims break out of our patterns of abuse. Regarding the gun violence prevention, the bishops wrote, we support measures that control the sale and use of firearms and make them safer, especially efforts that prevent their unsupervised use by children or anyone other than the owner. We reiterate a call for sensible regulation on handguns. This just seems... Okay, so here we go. Here's their actions. I'm going to just read out their bullet points and then we'll continue the talk. So, for many years, the USCCB has supported a number of reasonable measures to address the problem of gun violence. These include a total ban on assault weapons, which include the USCCB supported when ban passed in 1994 and when Congress failed to renew it in 2004. Measures that control the sale of use of firearms, such as universal background checks for all gun purchases, limiting civilian access to high-capacity weapons and ammunition magazines, a federal law to criminalize gun trafficking, improved access to and increased resources for mental health care and earlier interventions, regulations that limit the purchase of handguns, measures that make guns safer, such as locks that prevent children and anyone in the other owner from using gun without provision and supervision, and an honest assessment at the toll of violent images and experiences which inundate people, particularly our youth. Whoa, based?
Yeah, they're actually pretty based on most issues for Catholic social teaching. It's just like...
Wait, hold on. Flashy, I thought you were anti-gun control. You were!
No,
am I not?
Well, no, I'm pro-gun. I'm pro-gun control for fascists and reactionaries.
Based.
Yeah, so I'm particular about my gun control.
Okay. All right.
I mean, there was gun control in the Soviet Union. I mean, there was a lot less in Albania, which I'm a fan of.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, go ahead and continue. I was just derailing a little bit.
Yeah, no, but I was saying, like, the Catholic Church actually has a lot of pretty based positions on most Catholic social teaching issues. It's just issues of like abortion and like obviously like LGBTQ plus issues that they start to suck at.
Yeah.
But those are also the only issues that conservatives seem to care about. So they completely ignore the church teachings on all the other things.
Yes.
But it's generally just disgusting to me that they're weaponizing this event to go after trans people. Like, they don't even give a fuck about the dead children. They don't.
Yeah, no, they don't. They never cared.
Yeah, it's so disgusting. Like they probably can't wait for it to happen again. Like, they would gladly sacrifice more children to push this narrative.
Yeah, it's sad.
Yeah, it really is. But it's been pissing me off. Like, I've been like just looking through all this stuff, and they're trying to say that like the shooter was like a fucking like hardcore liberal as well. It's like stupid. Like, there are people that are saying that like, oh no, they're trans. That alone confirms they're liberal. And it's like
it's
all this information is coming out that they're like tied to like neo-Nazi groups.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what it is, but there does seem to be a lot of like neo-Nazi trans women. But
really,
yeah, I see them a lot. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't know what it is, but I see them a lot. Like the shooter had like a bunch of anti-Semitic stuff written all over their weapons. They had a bunch of racist stuff written all over.
Yes, I did see that.
They said like 6 million Jews was not enough, and they had imagery of like. Yeah, they have imagery of like the Order of Nine Angels and 764 or whatever.
Yeah, I'm aware of all that.
Like, yeah, neo-Nazi groups. Like, the only thing that the conservatives have to like show that that the person was like liberal was that they had an LGBTQ flag, even though they're a detransitioner. By the way, I don't know if you heard that news.
I didn't know that they were a detransitioner.
Yeah, they were a detransitioner, and they wrote about how like they wish that they were never like brainwashed or whatever.
Wow, that's wild.
Yeah, it's pretty wild.
Pretty sad.
Like they worshipped school shooters and no neo-Nazis like in Russia. Like, and they also are coping by saying like they wrote "Kill Donald Trump" on the gun. Or like on the magazine or something.
Yeah, I do remember that, yeah.
And it's like, do they like not conceive of any right-wingers not liking Trump? Because like it's pretty common in like the far right to like not like Trump because like he doesn't go far enough or like he's like a bitch for Israel or whatever.
Yeah.
Like it's pretty common.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I've told people that like, listen, this person doesn't fit in your left-right paradigm. I mean, to me, it's obvious this person's just crazy. You know, like, I don't think that's a hot take for me to say, hey, they're crazy. You know, like.
Yeah, definitely.
This shouldn't be a difficult concept to kind of wrap your head around. And I don't know, people just don't think about it that way. And they're just like, oh no, it has to fit in like this worldview or that worldview. And I'm like, bruh, have you heard them? Have you heard them talk? They're kind of crazy.
Yeah, like this situation that is going on, where they're like just opportunistically using this fucking horrific shooting to like go after trans people. Like, this is the type of stuff that like radicalizes me on like trans issues because like I've said it before, but I don't really consider myself that passionate about the issue of like trans issues and stuff. But it's just like the total dishonesty, the bigotry like this is like the type of stuff that like radicalizes me. You guys are just being totally dishonest and hateful and bigoted for like no reason.
Yeah, no, I couldn't agree with you more, and I hope that other people realize that as well. Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm hoping the same thing because like this is ridiculous.
It's bad. It's getting bad.
Yeah, I just wanted to check in and see what your opinion was and all that.
Yeah, that's where I'm at with it.
Yeah. All right. Sounds good. Well, I'm gonna go get some groceries. So,
have a great day.
Have a good day. Yep. Bye.
2:16. 29. All right, phone numbers are open. 202-998-5218. Call in. Call in. I want to hear your discussion. Do you agree? Do you disagree? Let's have the discussion. Yep, I got my phone up and running, so we're good. I wanted to repair my stuff in this game because it's been a while since I've been to a repair place. Oh, I'm getting a phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
How you doing, First?
Hey, how you doing? Is this AWOL?
Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we're clear. Normally I call you when I'm driving, but today I'm actually using my phone. It's just a ways away from me.
Okay. Is this AWOL?
All right, so yeah.
All right, how you doing, AWOL? What do you want to talk about?
All right, well, honestly, I was calling because I wanted to lighten the mood a little bit, but you kind of pissed me off that last conversation.
Why? What did
All
I say?
right. Don't you think it's a little disingenuous to paint the whole other entire side as people who don't care about children deaths?
Well, because they're using it as like a cudgel against trans people. Yeah, I kind of agree with that. They are. They don't really care about the children. They just seem to be like, oh, it's because of the trans people. Like they don't want to do anything about gun deaths or, wanting to control guns in any way when we know that's the problem. The entire world is telling the United States that that's the problem. And if we look at countries that have less gun deaths, it's literally because they regulated guns.
Fair
and
enough,
the United
but
States
we
just refused to do so. I don't know. Just seems like we don't really care about the kids, and it just means like I'd rather hate trans people than, yeah.
Okay. Could we agree then, if we're talking about in that kind of way, that it's the politicians we're talking about, not the people who are under that umbrella?
So by the way,
Right.
I am listening. I'm just getting a refill of some water. But you're talking about the politician. No, I mean, I think people and politicians are kind of culpable for this.
Okay, but that's not really what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is your claim that these people don't care that children died.
They don't.
You do understand how off the top wrong that is, though, right?
No.
At the bare minimum, I guess you would acknowledge that the parents of these children would be upset. That wouldn't matter what their political goals were or their parties, right?
Yeah, and you know what the parents want?
No, I don't. Tell me. I'm sure it's going to be interesting.
Gun control. They want gun control.
You're talking about the parents of the children right now?
Yeah, they want gun control. They're like, we need to do something about the guns.
That's wonderful, First. That's not what I asked you. What I asked you was, are they concerned? Are they hurt? Because children are dead.
Of course they're hurt. Their kids are dead.
Okay, then if you blanket statement a whole party that no one cares that kids are dead, it's just political, that's ridiculous. That's what I'm saying.
Most Republicans just want to go after trans people.
Okay.
Which I think if you are going after trans people instead of like being concerned about the kids, I think you're like a disgusting human being.
Okay. You're being a hypocrite here. Okay. Let's say that I'm someone who has no issues whatsoever with a trans person, right?
Huh?
Would that person judge them negatively for shooting up a school full of kids?
Would that person judge them negatively? Sorry, can you repeat your question? I don't understand your question.
My question, if I'm someone who has no bias against someone who is trans, and I just look in the paper and I see that a trans person shot up a school of children, that's phobic, that's calling out the behavior that's horrible, correct?
You realize that being trans has nothing to do with being a shooter, right?
Okay, wait, stop. You are so far from reality right this minute.
You're saying being trans has something to do with being a shooter?
you know what? Let me just go ahead and say this because it should be obvious. No, I'm not saying that everyone trans is going to be a shooter or anything
I didn't
like
say
that.
everyone.
But
I said, like, you think trans has anything to do with them being a shooter? Not all trans people. I'm just saying this. You think them being trans has anything to do with them being a shooter?
with this person, yes, I do.
So if they were not
obviously-
if they were not trans, they would likely not be a shooter?
No, not at all.
Okay,
That's
so
not
being
what I
trans
said.
has nothing to do with them being a shooter.
No, sorry, you're
I just
wrong.
removed the
Let's-
factor, and do you understand the logic there? Like I removed the factor, and you still say that they would be a shooter regardless of whether or not they're trans. So therefore, being trans has nothing to do with whether or not them being a shooter.
Okay, your logic's wrong. Can I finish
What?
now?
No. That
Your
logic
logic.
follows. That means it is not a necessary condition.
Oh, well, because you said the logic is wrong, and I say the logic is wrong, let me finish what I was saying, and then we can discuss it. How's that?
Sure.
Okay, let's take trans out the issue. Let's say that this person was what's the ones you hate so much? A Mennonite.
I don't hate Mennonites.
Yes, you do, man. It's obvious you hate Mennonites.
No, I don't hate Mennonites. They can go live their life as they see fit. I just tell Western nationalists, Christian nationalists, that they can just go become a Mennonite because that's ultimately the life that they want.
So do you approve of the Mennonite lifestyle?
I mean, I personally am not interested in the Mennonite lifestyle. It seems kind of repressive. But if people, if consenting adults all agree to a lifestyle of being a Mennonite, then go for it, dude. I don't care.
Okay, you're kind of fronting. It doesn't even matter. We'll go back to that dishonesty.
That was not.
Let's just
I don't know what you think I am or what I did.
first because you deflect a lot. But again,
I'm not
we'll get back to
deflecting.
that.
I'm answering your question. You said you hate Mennonites, and I'm like, I don't hate Mennonites. I don't have a problem with Mennonites. Mennonites can live their life. They're not hurting anybody.
Okay, you want to go there, we can go there. Do Mennonites treat their women well, in your opinion?
It depends.
On?
It depends on the person. Some Mennonites treat them very well. Others not so much.
But don't they have deep religious views about women and what their place in society is?
Yeah, and those women consent.
Oh, so you do agree with that under the right circumstances?
Yeah, I mean, if people consent, I don't really give a crap. Like Andrew Wilson, for example, can live his life with his wife and like just be that. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that.
Well, yeah, but you also say that he's a net negative and he does tons of damage to society. And he's
Well,
a horrible
yeah, because of
person.
his speech that he does, right? But I don't see Mennonites like hopping on YouTube and sharing their like hateful bigotry upon millions of people. That's a big difference.
So it's hateful bigotry, but it's
Yeah.
not.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, because then people are like, "Oh yeah, trad life," and then they start treating women that way. It's pretty fucked up.
Okay, so again, if it's pretty fucked up and you don't approve of it, you don't like it, right?
Sharing it to millions of people, yeah, it's pretty fucked up. Shouldn't happen.
First Amendment, if Mennonite wasn't an insult to you, why do you always tell the Christian nationalists who you disagree with right before you hang up on them that they should go be a Mennonite? Doesn't
Because
that
that's
kind
the
of
life
support-
they want. They just don't realize what a Mennonite is.
Yes,
They don't
but
realize
are
there's
you- are-
entire communities that are already doing exactly what they want. Right? And a person being a
that's-
Mennonite doesn't even hurt my society in any way. Like my society can still be, like super LGBTQ, diversity, inclusion friendly world. And the Mennonite can go be Mennonites in the frickin' woods in some tiny village. Like who cares? That doesn't bother me in the slightest.
Well, see, this is the thing. What I'm pointing out to you, you're using it like an insult, correct?
No, I'm saying that they could go be a Mennonite. Listen, the Christian nationalists, what they want is they want a society where the women stay at home and they're the ones cooking the dinner, and the men go out and work in farms, and they work all day, and then they get home and they've got 6 kids, and they put God before country. They live that tradcon life. All of that is That's all. That's literally everything Mennonites do. Mennonites do that. So I tell the Christian nationalist, instead of wasting your time on Discord or Twitter or whatever and arguing your nonsense worldview, or in like Andrew Wilson comment threads, go be a Mennonite. You can go live your trad. They'll take you in open arms. They're not even like hateful about it. They'll be like, oh, you're an outsider wanting to become a Mennonite? Okay, you could join us. Come work on this farm. Stop wasting your time. Stop being a worthless douche online. Go to a Mennonite village and say you want to join them.
Come on, first. You went for a while, but let me just say two quick things. Number one, you just ended that with go be a what? Go be a what?
You don't have to be a douche. Go be a Mennonite.
Yeah. Okay, all right. So wait. You're sending a bunch of douches to go live with the Mennonites.
Yeah, they're going to be super happy. Everything. And by the way, they don't even see a lot of minorities there. There's like no minorities. Go be a Mennonite.
Sir.
You have all of your dreams come true.
Okay, it's incredible the amount of deflection you're throwing here. The point is...
No, I'm saying go be a Mennonite. It's not...
No, wait.
I'm not deflecting. Why is it deflecting when I don't say the thing you want me to say?
No, I'm not. Okay, give me literally one full sentence. Just chill for a second.
Okay.
If that all the people who you dislike in their points of view, Andrew Wilson crowds, Christian nationalists, if you say that their best choice is to go live with the Mennonites, aren't you putting the people who you find undesirable under their umbrella?
Yeah.
Aren't you? You're sending the worst of the worst to their society, and you're also saying that...
Wait, I didn't say that they're the worst of the worst.
Oh, my God, dog. You should be ashamed of yourself.
You said that they're the worst of the worst.
You can't stand most of the Andrew Wilson crowd.
That is true. I'll grant you that. I'm being obtuse there. I'll grant you that I'm being obtuse. Yes, I think they're horrible human beings. So, okay, all right. Me when push comes to shove, they're never going to be a Mennonite. Why? Because they're too stuck on the internet. They're probably never, ever going to actually want to live up to the expectations that are upheld by them, because it's effectively, as far as they're concerned, they're like 19 years old, 20 years old, living with mommy and daddy, and mommy and daddy are taking care of the bills and the internet and everything. And there's just not a lot of brown people that hang out with them, and they like the edginess of the politics, and they don't actually believe in any of the things that they do. They're just a bunch of young kids that don't have any life perspective, and they want to subjugate people because it's edgy and cool. That's what I think. They will, when push comes to shove, they will never do the thing that they want to happen to all of society. The reality is that they're a bunch of bitches. Do you know why? Because there is that easily open area that they can very quickly go to and just go be a freaking Mennonite, and then done. Problem solved. You don't have to change all of society. You can live your tradcon life. Go do it. If you want to work 16 hours a day in front of on the farm, or say 10 to 12 hours a day, and then you have 12 children or whatever, go freaking do it. Right? But they're never going to do it because they're a bunch of lazy kids that just sit there and eat Hot Pockets and Pop-Tarts that are paid for by mommy and daddy.
Wow, wait a minute. Calm down first. Slow down. Take injection, get back down to your normal levels. Also, just because this is such a sick burn, it seems like you're talking about, what's his name? Bayo Bro in the comments, because he's a young guy who...
But Bro doesn't believe in any of those horrible things. They actually want to better their life, and they don't want to subjugate people, and they're not like a terrible human being.
I don't think that he's a terrible human being, but he does fit the description of everything you said before you hit the Mennonite part of it.
Well, no, but I don't have a problem with kids living with their parents. That's completely normal. In fact, I would say more so now than ever before because of the way that how expensive housing has become. People are living later and later, living with their parents, and there's nothing wrong with that. That's the reality of the situation. That's fine.
All right, wait. You deflected, and we were actually talking about the shooter. And then you accused me of saying that him being trans was why he became the shooter. I said, in some ways, yes. What we talked about, the reason
No,
we got
you
to
said,
the
I said, does them being trans have anything to do with them being a shooter? And I said, if they were not trans, and they, do you think that they would still be a shooter? You said yes to that. That means that being trans or not trans is independent to them being a shooter.
Okay, I understand where your logic is going with that, but I also still disagree. What I would say is that I brought up the Mennonites because, again, I was saying that if you find someone who's completely unbiased and they look at the story, if it says a Mennonite shot up a school of kids, you would have a negative view of Mennonites immediately, regardless.
No,
you do understand that?
Being a Mennonite would have nothing to do with the school shooting. What do you mean? No. I don't know why you think I'm against Mennonites. No, I'm simply saying that they live the TradCon life. And you know what's great? What's noble about them versus the Andrew Wilson crowd is that they're not forcing anybody else to be that way. They just like their TradCon lifestyle, and that's it. They go live their life and have a good time. That's it. And I'm perfectly okay with that society if they want to live that. Like, they're not forcing people to be that way. And so why would I say, oh, your lifestyle is bad? And no, dude, my society is a very liberal, very LGBT supporting society. And if groups of people don't want to associate with LGBT people, they can go do that. Go live in a woods somewhere. Go do it. Who cares? They're not bothering me.
Extremely long-winded today, sir. Like, back it up for a second. Here's the problem. Like, you're a hypocrite and you don't know it a lot of times. It's annoying and actually very endearing. It's why people would probably listen to your debate, because they're just like, where's his logic going to go wrong this time? If you say that I'm upset about LGBTQ or whatever it is, and I'm uncomfortable around them, I should just up and leave. If someone says the same thing about queer people or trans people, you're saying they're a piece of shit. You see, it's a hypocrisy there, right?
Yeah. Well, because the difference is that you can be a Mennonite in LGBT land, but LGBT people would likely not be able to exist in Mennonite land. That's the difference. And so Mennonites, they have to segregate themselves away from modern society in order to live the life that they want to live. As a result, they don't hurt anybody by staying the hell away from everybody else.
Fair enough. I also think it's disingenuous that you think red pillars and Mennonites are the same thing. They may have some of the same views, but most of it...
What was that? What killers?
No. Yeah, red pillars. I think
red pillars.
A lot.
No, I mean,
Red Pill, the other two. But wait a minute. First, stop for a minute. Let's finish the trans shooter thing, okay? Stop deflecting me. Chill out and listen for 1 second. What I'm saying is that I don't care what title you put on a person. If someone shoots up a school, whatever title comes behind them being a human being, that's going to be looked on negatively. Do you believe that? If they're homeless, if they were rich, if they were, I don't know, a black woman, a white woman, it wouldn't matter. There would be a subtext after they shot the school up that would have a negative connotation. Do you agree with that?
You're saying that if they were a shooter and they had some previous subtext, like an adjective describing them, that adjective would come with it some an association with the shooter.
Yes. If they how about
sure,
this?
It's natural to assume that. Sure.
I'm gonna make it so simple.
I don't think it's correct. I don't think it's correct, but it's natural to go that direction if you don't think about it that much.
Okay, that's good. Thank you. That was a nice little ad hominem. I'll get you back to that later on.
What do you mean? I'm just explaining myself. How is that an ad hominem? What, you asked a question. You didn't even make an argument.
This guy. Okay, First Amendment.
What is an ad hominem to you?
Down low shot at my argument or myself.
No, that's not what an ad hominem is.
Please tell me what it is.
Ad hominem is specifically you're misrepresenting the argument that somebody had made. Right? And I'm not you didn't make an argument. You had a question. That's not an ad hominem.
Okay, first, please let me finish my example, man. I just want to get past this now.
Okay.
A homeless man shot up the school. Would people talk about him being homeless in a negative way? People say, well, I mean,
I think it
he's out here on the
depends.
street.
Maybe some people look at homeless people as like dangerous. Other people would like put pity on them in the fact that they're like, effectively a victim of a system. It just depends on who you would ask.
All right. So the pity would always go to the homeless person and not the children who were shot up?
Sorry, what?
Would the pity go to the homeless man or to the children who he shot?
The children.
Fair enough, first. So are you saying that when someone has any kind of title in front of their name, it's not important to what the shooter does?
I mean, in my opinion, I'm just going to tell you, like, if there was like a homeless man that shot up, a school or whatever, like I would be like, okay, was the fact that they were homeless a motivating factor? Were they just sick and tired of the system and just decided to shoot up some middle class because he was like upset at everything? I'd be like, man, that's really a shame, because if this guy got the care that he needed, likely this wouldn't have happened. So I would have pity on the homeless person in the fact that they are homeless in that aspect. And then I would also have pity on the children who lost their life because of our inability to act on the homeless issue in the United States. Like, both of those things would be thoughts I would have in my head as a result.
And you wouldn't have any anger towards the homeless person in general?
I mean, I would just say, it's like a sad situation that a homeless person got driven to that position.
Okay. Now, if you acknowledge that they were driven to that position because of social problems, would you also acknowledge that another homeless person might be driven to that position?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in that case, let's switch it to trans. Oh, my God. He's had so many misunderstandings, and that's a tragic thing that led for this to happen.
Yes.
Again, would I be wrong to say that I may be worried about that happening again? Is that being negative to trans people?
No.
Does that involve him being trans and the shooter?
Yes.
Well, then what the fuck have we been arguing about first? Because, again, you're sitting here like, well, him being trans has nothing to do with the shooting.
You realize you contradicted yourself, right?
What?
You contradicted yourself.
Why?
Because I said, does being if they were not trans, do you believe that they would still be a shooter? You said yes. And then I said, okay, so then being trans is not a motivating factor to whether or not they're a shooter. But then when you're bringing up other instances where you're talking about whether or not that trans is a factor, and then you gave a hypothetical where it is a factor, and then you asked, is it a factor there? And I said yes. And then you're like, see, you're contradicting yourself. I'm like, no, I'm operating in your questions that you're asking. So I want to go back. I want to go back to it, right?
Go ahead.
I think this person was crazy. I don't think that them being trans had anything to do with the fact that they were a shooter. I think what happened is you have a person who's stuck on the internet for like a really long time and just left to their own devices. They were largely unchecked by their parents. They would not go out of their way to see what their kid was doing or doing on the internet. I mean, to be fair, they were 23. So maybe they had like some thought that, well, they're an adult, they could do what they want. But obviously this person had mental health problems that needed to be addressed, and they were not adequately addressed in time. And this person was likely under-medicated or not medicated at all. We need to emphasize mental health. In the United States, we dismantled mental health facilities in the United States in the 1970s, citing the idea that there were human rights abuses and violations, which I wouldn't even necessarily disagree with, but I would just say, hey, we should reform the system as opposed to tearing down the whole thing. It was actually initially like a libertarian argument where they were like, well, the government is doing a terrible job taking care of homeless, but then the end result is by getting rid of the mental health asylums, what ended up happening is that the prisons became the mental health asylums. And I could see the results. I mean, you have a lot of people who are genuinely mentally ill who exist in prisons. And let's face it, prisons are not adequate solutions for people who are mentally ill. It's just completely insane. So that's number one. And then number two is that it is true. We need to have better, holy shit, I'm taking a lot of radiation. Hold on a sec. I'm so sorry. I am going to die. 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 I need to leave. Leave. I'm sorry. Hold on.
So soy doesn't make you radiation proof? Shocking.
No, I was playing. I'm playing Stalker.
I know that, man.
I was taking a
lot
of radiation. So, number two. I think we need to have gun control in the United States. I think we need to relook at the Second Amendment as we see it and go, hey, everybody, maybe smart idea. Let's have gun control and let's reconsider what we consider to be a quote unquote well-regulated militia. And let's create some caveats. We need red flag laws. We need controls on high capacity magazines. We need to go back to the assault weapons ban. We need all of these things that we know empirically would result in better outcomes. And this doesn't take away guns effectively from law-abiding citizens. Law-abiding citizens can still own guns.
Okay, so I'll let you go with your soapbox, and I didn't disagree with you because I don't really have a problem with the gun control thing. But can we get back to the actual subject? Let me ask you first. When someone who is going to be trans, if their identity is not acknowledged, do they have mental illness from that, like more anguish?
It depends.
On what, please? I'm sorry, I just need
So there are trans people that don't care. They don't have gender dysphoria. They just have gender euphoria.
Okay, well, if we're talking about this particular shooter, you have seen the manifesto.
I don't know if they had gender dysphoria. I don't know.
Okay, well, what I'm saying to you is that we were saying there's two different things. I was saying that him being trans was one of the reasons he did this because of his hatred for the church. Do you agree with that part?
I did not read the manifesto as it is written in an English Cyrillic. So I have to kind of like read it so I can understand what it said. Were you able to read it?
No, not at all. Were you able to? All right, you did see the pictures. Like, you do agree with the media as far as like the pictures of Jesus for his shooting target or the God won't save you written on the cliffs and things of that nature, right?
Yeah. I saw that.
So you do acknowledge for physical things you saw, right?
Yes.
So you would say that he has a problem with the church, correct?
Likely.
What do you mean likely? Come on.
Yeah, I need to go through the manifesto. I don't know.
Okay, let's take the manifesto.
Again, you have to understand this person is crazy. They don't have like a logical like series of steps that they're going through. They're nuts.
Okay, so saying it's only likely he dislikes the church. Do most trans people dislike the church for the most part?
No.
Really?
Yeah. There's a dude. You'd be surprised. There's a lot of trans people that are still religious.
I never said they weren't.
Well, I'm saying that there's a lot of like most people in the United States are religious, and that does include trans people. Just FYI, like it's not like you're thinking that it's like that they're all ill religious. That's not the case. There's lots of trans people that are religious.
Monolith, but here's the thing. We had this conversation earlier before about actually trans people and violence. It was no more than like 2 weeks ago. We were talking about the flag thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I told you that there are a lot of trans people who post constantly on YouTube and TikTok that they would like to unalive people. You turn to me.
No, they like to unalive themselves, but.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. Stop twisting my words. I said it very clearly. I'm not even talking about the people who were suicide. Oh, sorry. I'm talking about the people who said that they were trans and they'd like to kill this person or that person, and they're going to do this and they're going to do that. When I brought that up to you, you said, well, what organization is that? And I told you there's no organization. It's just posted all the time. So
are you saying that trans people should have guns? I was actually one of the people that say trans people should have guns. I believe that there's a trans person and you do not have suicidal ideation. Yeah, you should arm yourself. That's literally why the Second Amendment exists.
Well, weren't you just talking about gun control for like a fucking 6-minute rant? Sir?
Yeah. Yeah, I love gun control. It's great. Should have gun control.
Wow, you're like the nicest lunatic I've ever spoken to.
I'm not a lunatic. What's wrong with you? You think I'm a lunatic?
Okay, wait, first, I'm sorry. Let me just make this little quick landing point here. What I'm saying to you is that if this trans shooter never got his identity affirmed, I think that he might have become a shooter anyway because he obviously had a mental problem.
What? Wait, hold on. We just got done with Baseball Flashy where apparently they detransitioned.
Oh, my Jesus, God. Let me just finish 2 sentences first, and then you can dispute it. I just want to get to the point.
Okay.
Fair. So what I'm saying to you is that if he never got a chance to transition the way he wanted to, I think that this person already had mental illness. From what they're showing of his back history, it seems like things were severe. So what I'm saying to you is he would have been a shooter if he did get a chance to transition, and I think he became a shooter after he transitioned because he still had the same problems, the same pressures you say society pushed on him. I think that was a person who was going to be a shooter either way. He just happened to become trans, but he was going to be a shooter. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Okay.
Do you agree or disagree?
Makes sense. Okay.
Okay, that's what I was debating the whole time. That's the point of the view of it. It's still important.
Them being trans?
No matter... Jesus Christ. It's like, Do you know anything about comic books first?
Very little. I don't read comic books.
Bizarro?
Huh?
You ever heard of Bizarro? He's like a backwards version of Superman.
No.
Oh, okay. Get the reference. It doesn't matter. I've enjoyed talking to you first. We're going to move past that subject if you don't mind.
Sure. You want to move to the
All
next
right,
topic or let another caller come in?
I think I want to do a next topic because I want to lighten things up again.
All right. Let's see. Let's give it a shot. Go ahead.
All right, cool game.
Did you like my last timestamps, by the way?
Oh, yes, I did, by the way.
Okay,
very
good.
professional.
Good.
All right. So on one of your lives, we were down in the chat debating, and we were talking about gender swapping and race swapping on movies and fiction. And you said that it didn't matter. And I realized me and you have never talked about media or movies or television or anything.
Okay.
So my question to you would be, do you think that gender swapping and race swapping are overall good or overall negative to franchises?
I don't really care. It's neither positive or negative. It's just like
a media guy to me.
I mean, if people want to do it, then do it. Like, who cares? I like people having the creative liberty to do what they want. Like,
Wow, it's funny because you wind up being my enemy even when you don't want to be my enemy. Well, this is going to be good for you because this will lead into sexism, misogyny, phobias, things of that nature. But when people care about a franchise, and let's say that it's a male-centric franchise, then when you push back against it becoming, let's say, a lead female character, you're called misogynistic or anything along those lines. Do you agree with that or disagree with that?
I'm sorry, like you're misogynistic if you make them male or female. I'm lost as to what you're trying to tell me here.
Okay, I'll give you a better example. I'm sure even though you don't watch media, you know who James Bond is.
Yes.
Okay, so there was a recent push to make James Bond
Based.
female. If back against that thought, am I misogynistic?
Sounds like fun.
Why?
This is fun.
Well, I'd like you to explain your thinking, because I think a lot of times, a lot of our major franchises are being changed by people who don't even care about the franchise. And I put
Okay.
you under that category. You yourself don't watch movies or care about it in that way.
Well, I watch movies. I just, I'm not like super tied to a specific like character. Like, oh, he can't be male or female or white or black unless if like the literal premise like of them, like it's a plot device that they are a specific identity.
Okay, well, I gave you the example of James Brown. I mean, I said James Brown. You know?
Whoa, based. Call him James Brown. That sounds awesome.
But James Bond. But he's been around since the 60s, so you know he's been a man
Yeah.
for that long.
Yeah.
I think that when there's a female
Well, maybe
version,
that the
it's
female
gonna-
version is like super secretive and is like even better than the James Bond. They're the unheard of James Bond. No, that white guy, they just I don't know. I don't care. None of this matters. It doesn't
Well,
matter.
again, matter to you. But again, like I said to a lot of people, it does matter. So curious.
Why?
I'm curious
Why
because-
does that matter? Why does it matter? I want to know.
Okay. Well, let's say
Genuinely,
that I've
who
watched-
gives a flying
Well,
F?
You asked me a question and you're babbling. All right. If I watch 25 James Bond movies and
Yeah.
he's always been male, if
Yeah.
I've read 50 books and he's always been male,
Yeah.
do you think I'd be to a female version of him?
I mean, me personally, no, but I don't know. I could see why somebody would be upset. I just think it's silly. Like, who
Okay,
cares?
well, move on to the silly part, because again, you kind of represent
Yeah, like
the
why?
type of people.
Well, yeah, like why are you so upset over like the most nothing? Like if it's still the same thing, who cares?
But it's not the same thing.
Why
First,
not?
Are men and women the same? Yes or no?
No, but it makes it
Okay,
interesting.
they're not,
You know,
like you're arguing.
like for example, in Marvel, they have like a multiverse thing where they're just like,
Yep.
oh, in an
Don't bring
alternate
it-
universe, this character is black now. I don't know. Like, who cares?
Yes, that does. But they're losing
It's
money
fun.
constantly because
Dude, Marvel is not losing money. I promise you that.
is losing money.
It's
That's
like
ridiculous.
super. It's like super diverse, and they made the highest grossing film of all time. Like, I'm sorry, they're not losing money. They're doing just
wait,
fine.
the high in film was before the extra diversity came in. Get your
Hold on.
facts right.
There has been diversity in Marvel forever. Basically
Their
forever.
Their highest
Like, I don't know
grossing was
where
before-
you're getting that it wasn't super diverse. It was super diverse, and it's super diverse even today. It's the same thing.
Well, that's because they had different phases of their movies, but when they really leaned into diversity, they started losing money.
When they really leaned into diversity, they started losing money. No, they literally had the highest grossing film of all time. I think it's only been superseded by. No, actually, I think Endgame beat Avatar, which is freaking wild.
Okay, Endgame occurred before they went completely full exclusion.
There was tons
every
of
time.
There was already they already had like
No,
all of the
you're
diversity
arguing-
stuff. What do you mean?
arguing the wrong point, sir. All right. Marvel
Yeah,
was
if
broken
you
down
look
into-
at Endgame, it obviously was super diverse. What do you mean?
let me correct you. You keep asking me what do I mean, but I can't.
Was
get
Black
it
Panther? Were they
Hey,
there
shit,
before
man.
Endgame? They
Out. Come
were,
on,
right?
man.
They were.
Where's your self-control at?
I'm just pointing out you're wrong. You're wrong. You are wrong.
You're the one who tell you why you're wrong, but you just keep.
Yeah, you're
All right,
pointing out why you're wrong.
man, calm yourself down for a minute.
I'm calm. You and I are calm.
We're cool. You know we're cool. All right. Marvel was different phases, okay?
Yeah.
And for the most part, of course, there's always been diversity, but they leaned harder into diversity during phase 4 and 5. That's when they lost the most money. What you're talking about with Endgame was before that. That's my point. where they earned their most money was before they stopped pushing away a lot of their fans.
To be fair,
But wait,
I think it has more to do
Wait.
with the fact that not because it's diverse, but because of just the proliferation of Marvel movies. Like there's just
you
been
mean comic-
so many. I'm so tired of superhero movies. But bro, the amount of money that these movies have made is just ludicrous, right? Sitting there saying that they
Losing
didn't make
that
that
amount.
much money, or like they're losing money, it's just wrong. Tons and tons of money made. Right here, I'll go ahead and just right here we have Marvel movies money made list. Let's take a look.
Okay. Well, also you could look up the list of which ones are losing money, and then you can see that the phase I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
we'll look at
lost
20.
them.
Yeah. All right, so I'm gonna have on Chrome here. Here we go. All right, let's take a gander. All right, so I decided to like list it by year. Right? They literally Deadpool grossed over $1 billion. The Deadpool
You know what?
Wolverine, it's very recent. Guardians of the
Cool, Dan.
Galaxy Volume 3, $845 million. Right? Spider-Man Across the Spider-Verse, $690 million. Doctor Strange and the Multiverse Madness, $955 million. Black Panther, Wakanda Forever, $850. It's like the most diverse movie. It's like the most pro-black movie that you could imagine. And it's freaking insane. The Batman, freaking $770 million. Thor, Love and Thunder, $760 million. Spider-Man, No Way Home. That's the Black Spider-Man, isn't it?
I have to stop you for a moment.
Bruh.
Thunder is garbage. But
What? What's garbage? No, hold on. No, stop right there. All these movies are garbage.
I didn't even hear you. What?
All these movies are garbage.
Wow, now you actually pissed me off because
No,
I do
they're
agree
bad.
some-
No, I hate Marvel movies. I don't like Marvel movies. I hate them.
All
Okay,
right, man.
here, I'm going to break it down. Okay, I'll break it down.
in you.
Marvel movies, like the way that I like to describe it is like in terms of food. Okay. When it comes to like the type of food that I enjoy, does a bag of chips satisfy my cravings? Yeah. In like the rawest sense, it does satisfy my craving. Is there higher quality, food than chips? And it requires you to kind of break down and enjoy and savor the meal. Yeah, 100%. There are meals exactly like that. Like a filet mignon steak, you're obviously going to, savor that more than you would a bag of chips. So, for all the movies that come out, like Everything Everywhere All at Once or Arrival, or hell, I'd even put Nosferatu in there. That's your filet mignon, type of movies that are coming out. Okay. And when it comes to these types of movies, it's definitely bag of chips. All right. It's just, I believe that. Do you agree with that? Does that make sense?
I agree and disagree because I think there's been some great superhero movies, but again, most of my problems are with, I'm going to say the word, when woke ideologies override the actual writing of the movie.
I mean, again, like Spider-Man No Way Home is woke is AF. And it's
Spider-Man No Way Home.
$1.9 billion. It's the third highest grossing film in the Marvel series, right? They're doing just fine, right? Deadpool and Wolverine made them so much money. Incredibles 2 made them so much money.
Deadpool,
Freaking, these are, it's just consistently making money.
Deadpool and Wolverine don't even fit that criteria because actually it's written in a type of way that political allegiances don't matter in that movie. It's politically incorrect. That's popular. But okay, regardless, your argument is wrong because you pulled up the highest grossing, correct? What you didn't pull up is which movies are making net losses constantly. There have been so many bombs.
All right, let's look at net loss movies.
Well, the Marvels lost like I don't know how many millions.
Let's see, net loss movies, Marvel. Lowest grossing MCU movies in the box office. Let's take a look. We got the Marvels. That was $206 million. That's a lot of money, dude. The Incredible Hulk, $264 million. Captain America. Dude, Captain America sucks. What a dumb character.
Are you serious, man?
Yeah, God, he's a dumb character.
Fucking pinko commie.
Dude, hear me out, right? Hear me out. We got like Iron Man who's like flying around and he's got like beams and he's like super strength and he's like super armor, and Captain America is just sitting there in the corner like, oh, I'm going to heal. Bro, like that's all he's got is the stupid shield. And you know what's wild is like you see him in the movies and he's just like running around. He like needs someone to carry him.
Okay, I just don't think
he sucks. He sucks. Black Widow. This movie, dude, these are still high grossing movies, like with all things considered, right? They're just like, hey, this isn't making $1 billion. Black Widow made $379 million. Like, if you think they spent, that much money on the film, they made money on all these films. Like, even with Captain America, Brave New World, 450, dude, Captain America blows, dude. God, it blows. God, anytime I watch these, I'm so tired of just Marvel movies. I'm so done, dude. I hate Marvel movies. I think they're trash.
Fair enough. But okay, first, let's rewind for a minute. I just want to get this off and then we can let someone else call in.
Yeah.
When we were talking about the James Bond thing, you were saying that it's unimportant to you, right? You do understand why if someone is invested in a character and has read several books with that character, that if you flip their gender, it's going to change the entire premise of the movie, right?
Wait, no, I don't think so. I think you can have some interesting extra stuff. I mean, I personally think, hey, if you're going to plan on changing something about make it a plot device. And like, take for example, like with the Spider-Man one where they made like the black Spider-Man, they did make it a plot device and it's cool. It's fun.
All they did was change his suit, not his gender. You're not arguing with him.
No, they made him black.
Wait, First Amendment.
The little black kid. You know
you're talking about mine.
Yeah, the black kid. He's like another Spider-Man. They're like, how dare you make him black? How dare you make my make-believe character black?
Well, Miles is a pretty decent.
Spider-Man is white.
You're First Amendment. Also,
it's
I know
stupid.
That you love to read at nature, but do you actually read any fiction? Are there any fictional stories that you like?
I knew it was going to go this way. I adore Lord of the Rings. Lord of the Rings is my go-to. I freaking love Tolkien. What?
Did you watch Rings of Power?
I did. I watched some of it. I didn't watch all of it. I thought it was shit.
Why not?
I thought it was shit. It was retconning all sorts of stuff.
Oh, they were retconning all, and you didn't want to watch it?
That's correct.
Well, motherfucker! Oh my God! First Amendment, your logic is so broken.
No, it's not.
Talking about how.
Why don't you ask me why they retcon some stuff?
You gotta let me land the plane, because listen to yourself for a second. My whole point was that gender of a character, it's going to change the story. Then we talk about a story that you actually like, and you start complaining about retcons, and you didn't finish it. And you can't put two and two together? Really, sir?
Now, why don't you ask me Why?
Okay, why did the retcons turn you off to the point where you didn't watch the show?
All right. See, this is the difference, right? When people were sitting there, they were getting upset about there being black hobbits. I was like, why not? I don't care. Black hobbits. I mean, there's nothing written saying that there can't be black hobbits or that's not possible. Like, that's completely possible. They just wrote in some black hobbits that's what everybody was upset about. I wasn't upset about that at all. I was like, who cares? It's not but if you want to talk about some real shit, all right? You're going to tell me, right? We have the Second Age, which spans like what, 3,500 years? And the show compresses those events into like one human lifetime. So characters like Galadriel and Elrond and Isildur and Sauron, they can all interact directly. Go F yourself, bro. You done fucked it up. You done fucked it up, bro. You took the beautiful lore and you squashed it.
Okay. Well,
Also,
thank you
the
first.
Rings of Power were not forged during those times. They were forged much earlier. Sauron spent centuries deceiving elves before the rings are made. Right? So, and in the show, it's like, oh, it just happened. How about go F yourself? Dude, read Tolkien and then make your freaking show. Right? I actually wouldn't mind watching a show on the fall of Numenor. Why not? That sounds awesome. How about you read the freaking books?
Hey, well,
right?
First, trust me, I really did appreciate that rant because you're proving my point for me now.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with race or like woking it up. It's literally has to do with like.
I just went on a fucking rant. Let me just talk for a second. What I'm saying to you is that outrage you're feeling right now, it's because the people who are translating the source material don't give a shit about the source material. That's why you turned away from the show yourself. Now, I didn't dispute anything about the Black Hobbits. I don't even care about it. My point is that you had writers who looked at the source material and decided, I'm going to make it better in my way. And you don't like that. But you also don't understand that me, as a fan of James Bond, doesn't like when they change gender because I know they're going to destroy source material.
What if it's good?
But they don't.
What if it's good? No, seriously. What if it ends up being good?
It's possible first, but okay, let's just switch.
Okay, so then who cares? Like what was it? Like the same thing with like the little black kid, Spider-Man.
Oh my!
It was great. It was good.
The fan base matters. You are a fan of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, dude, huge fan. I don't really care if
Lord of the Rings. You away from it.
I'll grant you this though, right? If they made a black Gandalf, I'd be like, why? This is weird. Like, why are you making him black? I don't know. Maybe if there's like an actual plot device where it would be necessary for him to be black, but it's like even then it doesn't really, like in terms of like the story. There's just so much about Gandalf that's written that you would have to take into account somehow, and it would just be an alternate like reality that Gandalf is black.
I get that completely. Again, like I said, source material actually does matter. But let's talk about it from a business standpoint, because I've never understood this. If let's say that the fan base is 90% male, and then you make the lead character female, you're going to lose some of the male fan base regardless. But do you think that you would? Men love females. Let me finish. Oh my God! First Amendment, stop acting. You're being obtuse on purpose, man.
No, I'm not.
But okay, let me ask you a simple question. You know who Conan the Barbarian is, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if we made a movie and we said Conan is now Karen the Barbarian, do you think it would have as many men see it as the men who would saw it before?
Are you kidding? That would be awesome.
Be honest, First Amender.
Listen. I got news for you, man. I mean, for me personally, Death by Snoo Snoo does sound like a fun way to go.
Yeah, of course.
And listen, all you're doing is that you're just playing into that fantasy a little bit. Okay. And I kind of like the death by snoo snoo idea.
Well, see, again, you're missing like the major point of it. The point is that if a man wants to watch Stanley Clapp, watch that anywhere. But if you're going to watch,
but I
Conan
like the
the
death by
Barbarian,
snoo snoo.
oh my Jesus, then you can watch Futurama. But that's not the point. The point is that if you're going to watch a Conan movie, you're going to watch a Conan movie. If you want to go see Stanley Clapp women, you can watch that. The point is that there's a character.
No,
no,
I disagree.
Well, of course you disagree because you're.
Why can't Conan be female? And I want her to be Amazon princess woman that's really strong and big, and she'll crush my head with her thighs.
Well, that's fine, but then you could just watch Xena.
That also sounds awesome. Wait, Xena was great.
Oh.
You're just making my point.
Yeah, Xena was great.
Yeah.
And again, Xena into a man?
Huh?
You want to turn Xena into a man?
Sure, that sounds also great. Yeah, why not?
Okay, is she still Xena once she becomes a man?
Sure.
Oh, then I can watch Conan. Sir. It's like I think you're doing this just to piss me off.
No, dude, I swear, I'm being entirely honest with you when I'm saying like this stuff doesn't bother me. Like it really doesn't. I don't know. It bothers a lot of people. It don't bother me at all. I don't really give a crap.
So this is what I think actually happens in the real world. People like you, and yes, I'm really putting a towel on you right this minute. You're the people who, like, when a comic book fan hears that they're going to change their favorite character from a woman to a male, and people go, that's stupid, we don't want that. You'll be the person who's in the comment section saying, I don't see why there's any problem, because you don't read comics, or you don't watch that genre anyway, so you don't give a shit if someone else's genres are destroyed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't care.
But you did care for Lord of the Rings, didn't you?
Well, I mean, in terms of them like race swapping or whatever, not really, no.
I don't give a shit about the race swapping and stop deflecting. What I'm talking about is that they took the IP that you liked, and then they walked all over it. And you're refusing to understand the point that if people don't care about the source material, that it doesn't matter anymore.
Well, no, hold on. If you're talking about specific plot devices that, things that are supposed to happen, things like the Marvel universe it's not written like Tolkien where it's like, oh, there's this like really consistent world that upholds a very specific set of rules that it must be that way. And there's no way for it to like kind of divulge from that. Like, for example, like what was it that caused the two trees to die? Ungoliant. Ungoliant sucked the life from the two trees. What is the Ungoliant? Giant spider that came from the shadows. Gandalf didn't show up and fight Ungoliant. This is not a thing. It didn't happen, right? So I suppose if you have a story where Gandalf fights Ungoliant, I would be like, what is happening? What is this? Where's Melkor? Where is, none of this makes any sense. Right. But in the Marvel universe, it doesn't really all matter that much. Right. There's like some baseline story, but there's all sorts of like details that kind of get like retconned or put back in or different timelines of events. And they're okay with playing with the multiverse idea. And, it's just different in that aspect. And so it's like, I mean, and same thing with James Bond. I don't see like that. It's like you've got like tons and tons of books that back up and has like this giant world building lore around James Bond. Like there's nothing stopping, a female James Bond. Like, why not? Who cares?
And again, you keep saying, who cares? I'm talking about the thousands upon millions of people who have followed that character.
Well, we'll have to wait for that. We'll have to wait for those box office results then, right?
Every time but here's the thing. 90% of the time these things fail. If
it
comes from a business...
No, I disagree.
Ghostbusters. Remember how they made an all-female cast of Ghostbusters and it failed?
Yes, that was because it was terrible. The jokes were terrible.
Okay. Do you think gender had anything to do with that?
Yes.
As far as misogyny,
Is misogyny? No, the jokes were just bad. Just had bad jokes.
okay. But what I'm saying to you is that if people grew up on the Ghostbusters and they were 4 men, and then you do a movie where there are 4 women, you don't think you're
Yeah,
going
they
to
had
lose
bad
some of the fans?
jokes. The writing was bad. It was like overly corporate. It was like it didn't have the same love into it. It just but I don't think it's because like that they were women. I think it was just bad writing. Just unironic, just bad writing.
Okay. How
You don't
about we
agree with
make
that?
it more simple? Think that, no, actually, I don't agree with you.
Really?
I
You
thought
think
it
it's
was
because they
very
were
poor.
women? Like that's why it did bad
Correct.
because women?
Well, not because of just women. You don't, it's like you're deliberately ignoring my point. What I'm saying is that if people are used to gender or a certain race, that you're going to lose some of the fan base when you switch that regardless. Because you're searching for, you're trying to pull in different new fans. Okay, I got a perfect example for you. I was a big fan of the old Spartacus TV show. Very brutal show. And now the latest one has a female lead. And a lot of people have turned off by that. You can call me a misogynist if you want, but I know from the old show that they had a lot of strong female characters. But the reason why they weren't the ruler of the arena was because their society wouldn't allow that to happen. So it kind of breaks the world building on a new series. Do you understand what I'm saying there?
Sure. I guess.
But again, all misogynistic if you say that they shouldn't have
So
a
why
woman
should
lead.
James Bond not be like? Just curious. Like, I feel like the reasoning of James Bond versus the reasoning you just gave is different, right? Like, there's nothing stopping a woman from being James Bond.
Well, there's nothing stopping a woman from being James Bond, but in those series, there's tons of agents. So again, if you want to write another agent, then you just write another agent.
All right,
if
her
you
name's Jane
tag
Bonda.
Yeah, but if you tag on the name James Bond, then you're adding that character's
Well, because
history to the new.
that's the known franchise. They can call it James Bond, have a female Jane Bonda.
Well, no, they just use 10. They could just use 007.
We got Jane Bonda. Hold on a second. I'm grabbing more water. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm listening. Hello? Are you talking?
Well, no, I was actually going to ask the chat. Does anyone else want to call in?
Of course more people want to call in. There's 22 people listening. Do you want to move on?
Yeah, I think that's it.
All right.
How long are you going to be on?
I don't know. You know, when I feel like it, I guess.
Okay, well, if you piss me off, and it gets slow, enjoy your day, man.
All right. Diversity and inclusion in pop culture. This is 3/19/41. All right, we're taking calls, everybody. Call in. Call in. You want to have the discussion? Let's do it. Here, call in. I'm grabbing some water, but I can hear it, so just call in. Oh boy. Why nobody call in yet? Call in, bitches. I'm right here. There we go. We got a call. All right, I'm coming. I'm coming. bitch. I'm coming, bitch. You're on the line with First Amender.
Do you have a cat?
Is this Bushes?
No, you have a cat.
It's Bushes. Hi, Bushes.
Okay, I asked that question for the day.
Do I have a cat? That was your only question? God dang it, Bushes! Phones are open. 202-998-5218. Call in. Call in! What are you doing? Call in. By the way, are any of y'all not subscribed? Bro, you better be subscribed. And by the way, if you want to see when I'm streaming next, right, you want to be notified when I'm streaming. I got a Discord server specifically for that, okay? And I'm gonna give it right here. Okay? This is the notification server. You can be notified when I stream next, because I do an ad everyone and let everybody know, hey, I'm streaming. We also have a discussion channel, so yeah. Anyway, phone numbers are open, 202-998-5218. Call in. I want to hear, we've been dealing with right-winger after right-winger, man. It's been great. Been loving it. Bobro says, I am Antifa based. Juicy Smellrod says, damn it, here's your like and subscribe, you bum. I don't know why that sometimes the Streamlabs like picks up. It will pick up subscriptions, but then in other instances it does not pick up subscriptions. Like it's possible that we got multiple subscribers and just, it didn't get a notification that it subscribed, which is weird. Oh. Oh my, hold on. Oh, no, not the right person. Sorry, I was just reading some comments that somebody had sent me, so. We're going to keep on going. Whoa, shit. This is not good. I died. Electro says, I have a friend who does not like Tolkien. What should I do to them? Sing them the song of the Ainur. Show them the error of their ways. Show them a Silmaril so that way they can witness its ultimate beauty and want to make wars upon obtaining it. Snuffleupagus says, I subbed to this guy and this dude never shouted at me out because I am not a liberal. Hashtag favoritism. Dang. Get wrecked. Let's see here. Rain says, then why not have a reboot with a good writing with a female Blade? Based? Let's take a look here. Yes, I do love, I do love Tolkien. I'm huge Tolkien fan. I will share with you some lore that, I swear I can't remember your name, but ask me about Glorfindel and I can talk your ear off. Getting a phone call. Who's calling me? Don't call me. No. Do not. That's the wrong number to call me at. Let me let them know that I'm streaming. Let them know I'm streaming. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. Where was I? I need to repair my stuff, dude. Like I'm really not doing good. And it's hard to see. But there's been like anomalies that I'm not a fan of. And I gotta go like 1.5 kilometers. It's gonna take forever to get there. Do y'all see any anomalies? I don't see any. I think we're good so far. Druid says, do you have a cat? Yes, I do have a cat. One down. Should be. That's a lot. It's a lot. I think I'm out of health. No, I'm not out of health. We're good. Oh my god. Oh my god. This is awful. This is bad. This sucks. I have like no health. Oh my god. Damn it. Oh, Jesus. It's awful. I'm going to just eat. I have a lot of food, but barely any health, so I'm just going to eat. Let me heal that way. Bobro, almost every single comic book YouTube channel disagrees. Jesus. Define woke. Aware of systemic inequality and a desire to correct it. That's where I'm at. Why get bent out of shape over a particular medium? Based. Couldn't agree with you more. Yeah, why? Why? Who cares? Comics explain thinking critically, etc., etc. I am so low on ammo. I need ammo. I don't have enough health potions or health packs. Not enough med kits. Like, what is going on over there, bro? That's so much. Oh my god, look, there's an anomaly. We got to do it. We got to get the anomaly. Wait, I think I see it. That ain't it. Wait, it's between. Oh, got it. What was that? What did I get? It's trash. Trash. What do we got here? Also trash. Do not wear. Insta sell. Electro87 says old-fashioned pulp comics were always better anyway. I don't know anything about pulp comics. Oh my. I'm like up on the edge of something. I gotta go over here. Rain says, you are not the arbiter of what is destroyed. If you don't like it, then leave or make your own. Whoa, beast. AWOL says, that's a silly argument, Rain. You know, Rain, if AWOL and Rain want to go into a debate with one another over Discord, I can host that. If you want me to host it, I'll let Rain and AWOL go at it. If you guys are interested, that is. You have to call me. You have to add me on Discord. First Amender, 1ST Amender. And if 2 audience members want to debate, I don't mind. I don't mind entertaining that. That sounds like fun. Okay. Yeah, so we gotta follow this area over here. I like that thought first, but I have to set up my Discord. I will do that next time. Dude, you can set up your Discord in like 3 minutes. Just make a Discord account. Download Discord. You can even do it on your phone. You don't need a special computer. And then you just add me, First Amender. And I'm not going to moderate. I'm just going to let you guys debate it out. What the heck? Moderate. Listen to this. Just going to let you guys freaking debate it out. I was going to platform you two. Bobro says, I know you can be, but some people think that you would be not fair moderator to remember to treat us both equally. Yeah, dude, I'm not going to moderate. I'm just going to let you guys go at it. Why would you put Bobro into the shredder like that? You know he can't debate me. Rain, I think it's regarding the discussion on the moderation on comic books. Like I said, AWOL, just get your Discord account. I know Rain already has Discord. So, AWOL, it's your turn. Get Discord, download it, install it, try to add First Amender as a friend, 1ST Amender, and I'll add you. We'll initiate the call. I have to add Rain, however. I don't think we're friends. But I think they're in my Discord, so I should be able to add them. Here we go. We're gonna add Rain. I'm gonna friend request Rain. All right. Ignore my friend. I think we're already friends. Yeah, we're friends already, Rain. We're good. Well, things are pretty slow right now, so here's an open question. Do you believe in septum ring theory? What? I have no idea what that is. No, add me on Discord, AWOL. Come on. You and Rain. Let's go. Let's do it. Come on. It'd be great. Rain says, blocked. Don't block me. Why would you block me? No, I'll do Discord next time. Come on. AWOL, it takes 5 minutes. Oh my God. You and Rain can go at it. I won't even moderate. I'll just let you guys go at it. It'd be great. We should do it. We should do it now. We have time. I have to decline. You have the opportunity and you just decide, I'm not going to do that. All right, fine. Well, we are taking calls, 202-998-5218. You guys want to call in and have a debate? I'm right here. I'll hear out your argument. I will. I'll do it. I will even let you talk. I'll let you listen. I'll listen to you. You're a sick liberal. That's why. Aha. What am I seeing? There's enemies. Oh my God. Oh my God, there's a lot of enemies over there. Ow! This is bad. This is bad. I guarantee you that's radiated to all hell. Let's go run this way. Screw it. I don't have enough health potions, bro. I am not doing well. Wicket says, what is your thoughts on Nuxanor? I have no idea what that is. I have no thoughts. Head empty. Rolling, rolling, rolling. Keep on rolling, rolling. You are a sick, disgusting liberal. How dare you? How dare you? Is your cheek swollen, Amender? No. No. What? What? Are you? Oh, wait. You're talking about my ass cheeks. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, dude. What the heck? What are those? Them cheeks swollen? Sorry. I'll calm down. Rain says, looks like you just been clapped. Dang! Stop talking about my Friday night so accurately. I don't appreciate it. How dare you? Well, we are taking calls. 202-998-5218. You want to have a discussion, have a debate? The Liberal. I'm right here. We've already had a ton of discussions. I want to hear what you guys have to say. I do. Do you hate? Do you hate me? Do you like to watch me? Am I annoying? Probably. But I'll hear out your argument. Come on, watching you blush is funny. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm still trying to make it to this village, and I don't even think they have a repair station. I need to repair my stuff. And I mean, worst comes to worst, there's got to be like at least like a guide. It doesn't say there's a guide there, but I'm almost positive that there's a guide there. So come on, there's got to be a guide. I gotta get my stuff figured out, man. I'm not doing good. I have like no supplies. I'm running out of everything. Uh, 285 meters. Marte on the edge says, I'll debate you. All right, just call in 202-998-5218. Either that or you can call me on Discord. First Amender, 1ST Amender. Pick your poison. That's my garage opening. If you hear that. Okay, first, in the time of war, you would have preferred? Kamala. Not even close. Announce it like you're on WWE. Coming in on the right corner, we got on the edge, Morty! In this corner, we got Donald Trump! And on the left corner, weighing in at 159 pounds, Kamala Harris! Probably because she wouldn't fire all of the generals that actually know what they're talking about. That would be a factor for me. That would be a pretty big factor. Just FYI. Trump can't even secure a win on a non-war trip. You can't be spitting facts that hard at Trump supporters. Their head will explode. Holy crap. That is wild to say. That is a wild thing to say. Is this a place I can be? Electro 87, has Trump been found yet? Oh, dude, true. Dude, it's been all over Twitter lately. They've been saying that Trump is dead. And I'm like, that can't be true. Let me see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find. That's not true. Saying Trump is dead, that's not true. Let me look it up. Google. Just. Okay. All right. As of 4 hours ago. Wait, where is? Wait, what? What is this? Hold on. These are old pics. Hold on. Wait, this is hilarious. Hold on. This is me liking every Trump is dead tweet. It's pretty funny. Listen, I'm not wishing death on anybody, okay? But that is pretty funny. I'm not gonna lie. Trump is dead. Jesus. That can't be what he actually looks like. It is chopped. Look, you can see it in the hand. Wait, is it chopped? Yeah, it's chopped. It's chopped. Look at his arm. That's hilarious though. Bro. Trump is dead. I will give $2,500 to anyone who likes and retweets this. All the best. Hashtag Trump is dead. It's funny. In all seriousness, like, how good would it be if Trump just died? Like, natural causes. Like, he's just dead. Like, we wake up one day and Trump's just dead. Died in his sleep. And then they announce, hey, everybody, Trump is dead. The world would be a better place. I'm just gonna listen. It's like, hey everybody, this horrible leader that is making life worse for everybody is dead now. I'd be like, great. We'll see. We'll see. I don't think Trump is dead. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think he's dead. Oh. Then they'll get JD Vance, who, let's face it, right, is not, I'm going to tell you right now, I don't care what anybody says, JD Vance is not a Trump supporter. That guy is not a Trump supporter. He's an opportunist at best, right? He just knew that, hey, I know how to get a lot of power, and I'm going to suck up to Trump, and I'm going to make all the moves that is going to be good for Trump, and I'm going to get what I want. Because, like, originally, he did not like Trump. He very specifically, avidly was against Donald Trump as, like, a horrible person, and he was crazy and not good. And it's like, you know, it's obvious to me that he was not a Trump supporter. You know, but then, you know, push comes to shove, time goes on, you know, and then all of a sudden he's like, all right, yeah, I'm going to support, you know, Donald Trump. And it's like, I mean, we all know that he is just an opportunist. He just wants money. Fair enough. I mean, get your bag, I guess, but that is the reality. What is this music? Bruh. Hannah says he's at a golf course. Probably true. Dude, all my stuff is damaged. I need to repair it. Why must I go to Zalicia to get my stuff repaired? All right, I'm going to buy these. Buy these. What else can I buy? Anything good here? Nah. Oh, dude, I need to, I desperately, definitely not the case he heard about another island, right? Good point. Can I get my stuff repaired here? Is it possible to get my stuff repaired here? Is it possible to fast travel? Can I fast travel? Is there any option to fast travel? Can I eep? Can I eep? We will eep. He's at a golf course. Definitely not the case he heard about on another island, right? It is. They showed him leaving the kingdom to go to it. Rain says, go Mimis. We are also taking calls, FYI, 202-998-5218. You want to call in? Call in. Let's have the discussion. I'm interested to hear out your positions. Do you disagree with soy boy liberals? I'm right here. I need to repair my stuff. Is there really no repair place? There is no repair place here. There is just sell stuff and sleep and leave. That means we need to travel to Zalicia? Is there a guide? He only has the good shit. One of these. One of these. Is there really no way to travel? It's the trader. Oh my god. Such a long distance. Okay, there's a repair place at shelter. If I go here, we can get to shelter. All right, let's go. Just going to try to avoid combat if I can help it. Oh my god, even that's like... Oh my god, another 1.2 kilometers to go. Jeez. 202-998-5218. Call in! Rain says Trump has been seen in a coffin. No, I'm fucking with you. Where's the exit? How do I leave this place? No, just head south a little. Why am I still hungry? I ate 2 of these. Eat more. Eat more bread. More bread. More bread. Okay, stop bread. We will see. I am kind of curious as to where he is. You know, he has not been talked about, right? Other than, hey, he might be dead. Plus, they've been talking about that thing on his arm, on his hand. It's been kind of weird. It's been getting bigger. So that's fun. Now, if I don't get calls like within the next, I don't know, 7 minutes, we'll probably call it. We'll try again later. But we are taking calls, 202-998-5218. If you want to call in, now is your time. Radiation. I'm taking radiation. Nope, we're good. It not so bad. 600 meters. Medieval Pheasant says, so you're the liberal. Yep, sure am. Right here. Ready to take your calls. 202-998-5218. Or you can call me on Discord. I'm First Amender, 1ST Amender. See, Sarah. Just got to be careful here. I really should go around this thing. I don't like... Are there enemies here? Probably. I'm not going to be here. I'm going to go this way. I'm going to go around. Medieval Pheasant says, dear God. What's the debate? Just anything anybody wants to bring up? Anything that you disagree with a soy boy liberal on, I'm right here. Yep. And I'll hear out your argument. We'll have the discussion. It'll be good times. Medieval says, give us a theme. Okay. There is no God. Trans rights are human rights. Trans people exist. Trans women are women. Austerity economics is stupid. We should establish basic rights. We should have positive rights, such as health care and access to college for free. These are all things I want. We should stop funding Israel. It's an ethno-state. Do you think bad left-wing behavior got Trump reelected? I think not enough people voted, and that's what got Trump reelected. I think a lot of people are just kind of apathetic to everything, and they just don't, do anything about it. This place looks crazy. What is this? Random hills, random rocks, big rocks. Bobro says, medieval pheasant. Anything you disagree with from a range, shaming him is bad to why Trump got elected? We got monsters. We're just going to run past them. Just little riddy ratties. We're going to avoid them. That's a lot of riddy ratties. We're going to go this way. Which way do I go? Do I go this way? How do I get to that spot? Is there... Oh, truck. Should be able to climb that, I think, right? Maybe? Wow, that's a lot of radiation. Wow, that's a lot of radiation. Get away, get away. Woo, phone call. You're on the line with First Amender.
What's the name of the channel?
It's called First Amender.
First Amender?
Yep.
So you believe in the First Amendment?
Yeah, it's pretty based.
Pretty based, I guess so, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Using that modern slang. This is the pheasant, the medieval pheasant.
All right, pheasant. What do you want to talk about?
Well, I mean, it's kind of like, you're the one that's like proposing the debate, right?
Yeah.
And so it's like you obviously have like a lot of, sorry, I'm watching football, so it's, the conservative shit, right?
Football's pretty inclusive, actually.
Okay. Well, so you're the one proposing the debate. Do you have like any like firm stances that? Okay, like you were saying a whole bunch of, you had a list of things as I was dialing.
Yeah.
like trans rights.
Yeah.
For humans, right?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, first of all, trans people are humans.
Mm-hmm.
So obviously they have human rights, and nobody's saying that they don't.
Mm-hmm. Do you believe in things like positive rights?
Sorry, 1 second. I'm going to take you off the speakerphone because it's just too hard to hear exactly what you're saying. But can you repeat the question?
Do you believe in things like positive rights?
I've never even heard that before because it's kind of just a nonsensical title, like positive rights.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the whole concept of rights is they're God-given. Like, the Bill of Rights, it's just a foundational understanding that they were actually inspired by the Native Americans. Interestingly, the founding fathers, and even the word nation, comes from the natives, like Nashoni and that whole thing. But a lot of the arguments and the debates, like, you guys already have all of the resources and all of the rights just as everyone else. There's no one holding you back. It's just a lot of those like underlying like, getting tax breaks and shit, from like marriage and being recognized and all kinds of different things like that. I don't know if you can give me an example.
So the reason why I asked that, so it's not a wishy-washy definition talking about the difference between negative and positive rights. Negative rights is just referring to like, it doesn't interfere with anybody's actions. A right and those are effectively what you're referring to as those God-given rights. So things like a right to private property, a right to free speech, a right to life, those would be all considered negative rights. But when it comes to positive rights, it requires others, such as like government or society, to provide you with something. So it'd be something like the right to education, right to healthcare, right to housing. And it's effectively a freedom to accessing certain goods or services. So I want to ask you again, do you believe in the concept of positive rights?
Well, is this a concept that you came up with, or is this something that someone told you?
No, it's a
was
very
thing, or is this
old.
kind of
It's a very old
Positive.
concept of the difference between positive and negative rights.
interesting?
It's like
Well,
old
I mean,
philosophical.
I don't know if I could say that I believe in it, because it's just pretty much like you have the right or you don't. I don't know if you can put it in a negative or a positive, but this is kind of a boring topic to debate, to be honest. Like, yeah, you got anything spicier or juicier?
Okay, well, the only reason why I was
don't know.
asking is like,
Kind of like my mouth is getting dry. I'm kind of falling asleep, sweating a little bit. You know what I mean?
yeah.
Not from boredom, but just from, I like a stimulation. I'm going to have to drink some milk, to get some freaking, some vitamins.
Okay,
This
well,
debate is, let's spice it up. You got something juicy? Let's throw some peppercorns on the sub. You know what I'm saying?
yeah. So the only reason why I was bringing up the difference
Talk
between
about abortion or something.
the only
Talk
reason why I was
about,
talking about the difference between negative and positive rights is because a lot of right wingers, what they do is that they stop at the negative rights aspect versus the positive rights aspect. However, what effectively that I look at, like when you establish certain positive rights, it actually increases people's negative rights. So take, for example, like right to life, liberty, property, pursuit, happiness. Those are all negative rights. But like if somebody, for example, doesn't have ease of access to like basic health care, let's say, for example, that they are contracted with like cancer or something, and you don't have like a medical system that is effectively free, and it's extremely expensive to get the medical care that you need, you don't really have a right to life, do you? You just kind of die.
No. Everyone has their own individual God-given right to live, and that's the whole point.
Yeah, so cancer, like, we have ways to stop cancer, but people don't, like...
Well, cancer is another just normal, function of the human experience. We just have accelerated it with our luxuries and our overindulgence of high processed foods and alcoholic lifestyles.
Cancer is a genetic system. That's genetic. There are people that are predisposed genetically to having cancer.
Well, and there's reasons behind that. It's not just because they evolved to have those predispositions. It's because their
there is.
Okay, well, they don't have medical history that goes back thousands of years and documented of cancer.
Well, the fact that we can observe both humans and animals being able to contract cancer would be an example that it would be evolutionarily attained.
Yeah, but we're not the same beings, so it doesn't.
We are animalia. We are apes. We are mammals, and rats are mammals.
Yes.
And it's not just rats; it's lots of different other eukaryotic organisms that have cancer. So it would be something that would go a very, very long line in history.
But you can't compare
we're getting off topic, right? Again, I feel like that a person doesn't have the negative right to life if they just die early of cancer because they don't have basic medical access to care because they don't have the money.
But who doesn't? Who are these people that don't have the money or the access to care?
Poor people.
Poor people?
Yeah.
So it's like, yes, this is why you need a theme on your debate, because if you don't have a theme, you're just like jumping around to all these different subjects. I don't even know what you're really, what we're even talking about. I don't even know if your audience does, because like we're talking about poor people. Like, we're probably both poor.
Are you drunk?
No.
You're not on any.
No, dude, I work like extremely hard for a living, so it's like I don't even know. I'm not trying to be rude or anything, but like in one day, I probably have like worked harder than you have in your entire life. I don't know. It's pretty insane out there.
I don't think you know who I am or what I have done.
I don't. I'm not saying. That's why I kind of
I don't know why the presumption. Anyway, this is just a silly. This is just a personal attack. It doesn't really have anything to do with what I was saying. So again, we're referring to negative and positive rights. I want you to address.
Oh my God!
You don't believe that a person.
Do we have a time limit on the subject? You know
No,
what I'm saying? Like in a normal
I
debate?
want to discuss
Because,
this.
like,
I mean,
holy
if you want to
shit,
bring up a different topic and just concede it, that's fine. We can go ahead and talk about
not
something else.
conceding. It's
Yeah.
just like you want me to believe in this concept of positive and negative rights, and it's just like, I mean,
No, you're literally
we've kind of put on the brass
specifically
knuckles and,
not
like, beating
engaging
the shit out of
with the topic, and
No,
you want to change the
we
subject,
totally-
which is
we
fine.
totally
You can
have.
concede, and then we can move on.
Yeah, sure. I'll concede to like, I don't even know what your real argument is.
Right,
and,
cool.
Like, you want me to like kind of believe like positive and negative rights? Like, you want me to just say that I
Well,
believe?
okay. So
in,
my overarching
right?
my overarching argument is that we actually have lots of countries that have established things like free healthcare, free college, that ultimately have made lives
Okay.
a lot better for a lot of people. This has been done in a majority of European nation countries, and the end result is that people are often smarter, they often are better educated, they live longer, and what's wild is, like, for example, in the United States, we have, for example, we spend more per person in healthcare federally than any of these other European nations, yet we don't have free healthcare. So I start to ask myself, I'm like, well, why is that the case? And I look around and I observe that I see that there's a lot of people who own insurance companies who are able to afford some very, very expensive luxury goods. And their buildings are like these giant, gorgeous buildings that are clearly very well funded. And there's people, regular people that are just trying to live their life who can barely afford basic necessities. And I go, okay, well, obviously the problem here is the fact that we're giving too much money to insurance companies and they're not providing the care that they say that they offer, you know, and we've catered ourselves towards it, and we've thrown money at the problem to insurance companies, and the insurance companies aren't providing the service that was so promised. So the problem in my eyes is like, hey, it's not a monetary problem. It's literally a policy problem. Our policies are dog shit. And what's crazy is that all these European countries, they've already solved the issue. And here in the United States, we are honestly so stupid that we look at things like that would genuinely help the poor or help people, and we go, nah, I don't want to do that. They don't deserve it because, you know, they don't work hard enough, and, you know, they're not. And like at the end of the day, the people the people that you're catering to are people that don't work at all, actually. In fact, neither will they not work, neither will their family not work, neither will their kids ever not work. They literally make money entirely off of dividends into the tune of hundreds of millions to billions of dollars in a single year, able to afford, say, for example, a $500 million yacht staffed with 50 people to service a family of 5.
Okay. You're going to put too much information.
No, I'm pointing out the problem, right? I'm pointing out
to your point.
I gave you the point. I gave you the point,
it's
right?
Not gonna
the
be
point
debate if you just
is
do
hey,
5 minutes
let's have
speech,
social
though.
safety
You know what I'm
nets. Let's have social safety nets for people, so that way, and let's get ourselves that free healthcare. Let's get ourselves free college, and then that will make the United States better off. Do you agree?
Okay. Just slow it down 1 second and just kind of rephrase your entire question. You want free healthcare and you want free college, and that will make the country a better place. And that's the whole thing wrapped up into a thing. That's cool, man. All right. Now, you're not the first one who's come up with this idea.
Yeah.
Right? This debate that you're proposing, this specific part of it, has been debated hundreds of thousands of times through intellectual circles, through Discord, not the app, but just political Discord, just every day, and then on the media. And one of the big problems with that, and one of the caveats, to having free healthcare, is that you don't get the same level of healthcare as you get in the United States, and that's why people will come to the United States for different surgeries and different research, cancer research, because we have the best equipment, because it unfortunately costs the most. So when you have enough money to produce and hire the best doctors in the world, you get reflectively the best health care. And, sure, you can get free health care in Canada or in other, countries in the world, but, you may take, months and months before you even get seen by a doctor. That's just,
As opposed to what? Like
beginning
filling out a second
of that.
mortgage because you have a heart condition?
Well, not everyone is in that position, right? But like if you're
Okay,
in
but
that
that
position,
happens really common.
if you're-
It happens all the time.
yeah, I mean,
It's
we have
literally the
a
number one
massive
way people go
population.
bankrupt
Well,
in the United States. Number one.
Okay, well, I mean, wow, it's pretty devastating, but, that's a reflection on, people's, their age group, right?
No, I
how
mean,
they live
there
their
are
life.
people who are
And,
like in their 30s and they just have some congenital heart condition because of some genetic issue, and it's like it's largely like completely preventable. But what's really upsetting about it is that a lot of people, they go out of their way to even not get checked because they know it costs too much money, and so they don't even waste their time. They just kind of roll the dice and hope for the best.
Okay. Well, then you also have to take into consideration that most European countries are smaller than the state of Oregon, or the same size.
Okay, but
right?
you just
So
scale
like
it up.
Dealing
You
with
just, I don't understand. Like,
with
here's the thing, man. Like, you have taxes. Hold on. If you have taxes,
you spoke for like 5 minutes.
If you have taxes,
like, this isn't a debate. If you're going to do that, I have to moderate.
If you have taxes,
if
you have taxes for 2 million people and that they service 2 million people, what's the difference between you have 300 million people and you tax 300 million people and then you service 300 million people? It's just scaling it up. It's the same thing.
It's not the same thing if you have say if you're dealing with, a population, the size of frickin' Idaho, and you're frickin', and that's your size of your country, and you're able to allocate your resources a lot more effectively than a place like the United States of America that is fucking massive, that has 50 states in it, each one the size of a European country, practically, even bigger. And so you're dealing, like, the scale that you're talking about is completely different, and we just have a different system than the European system. That's why we're an American system. That's why you have more rights in this country.
You actually don't have more rights in this country.
Listen, wait, I understand. You can jump in here in just a moment. Let me just throw this out. There's no way that you can find anything at any time in history of history that you have more luxury and more right and opportunity than you have right where you're at in this place on the planet, because anywhere else people would kill just to be here, because they know that this is the land of opportunity and has been for the last several hundred years. Unfortunately, there has been some dark times in the United States past, but when you think of all the good and the medicine and the revolutionary inventions and the wars that we've stopped and the lives that have been spared because of that, because the Japanese and the Germans were going to kill everyone. That was the plan. They were going to literally kill everyone, kill each other. So, regardless of like what you may believe, it's like we are the luckiest humans to ever live in the history of time. Besides the people that were just running around in trees, as the ancient hominids that we were.
All right. Well, when I'm looking at, for example, if I look at the rights that exist in, say, the Netherlands, the Dutch Constitution specifically has positive rights where they are offering statutory provisions regarding benefits for education, healthcare, and housing, all three of which has resulted in dividends in returns for the Netherlands. And the idea that can't be scaled up to the United States, and just FYI, right, what I find so upsetting about this is the fact that you have, if you had, say, you look back in the 1950s where people lived higher quality of living standards, people had middle class ease of access, and a single person could afford a house. The average CEO, in comparison to their worker, made a median salaried worker the average amount of money that was garnered by the CEO to the middle class worker was 20 times. It's 300 now. And when I'm looking at it now, I can see that houses are more expensive. Basic living is more expensive. Healthcare can bring you into bankruptcy. Education can be largely out of the even the middle class's access because of how expensive college is, and it's like all of this stuff is already predicated in the Constitution under the Dutch laws, and they're able to pay for it completely. Meanwhile, their GDP per capita is sitting around at 66,000. Whereas in the United States, it's at over 80,000. So I'm asking, like, where is all the fucking money? Why can't people afford basic health care? Why can't people afford basic housing? Why are these basic necessities out of reach for a ton of Americans?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Well, so to start off, so you want, the question is really what changed from the 1950s to now?
Yeah.
Is that what you want me to answer you?
Sure, you can answer
that.
that.
That's a fucking big fucking question, or big fucking answer. But I can tell you, in the last 2 decades, the policies from both parties have absolutely gutted the potential for people to make an individual living, and pay rent and pay health insurance and car payments and anything like that, because of, one, the wars that we've involved ourselves in, 2, the greed.
Do you think that maybe having specific tax write-offs for the ultra wealthy might have anything to do with it?
Hey, excuse me. I gave you your time. It's I spoke for less than 30 seconds. Can I reclaim my time? Are we still there?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. So the wars, and then the housing market scams, and then the government bailout of the freaking collapse.
The 2008 collapse?
The banks gave out all of the phony loans, and fucking the government bailed them out.
Yeah.
Instead of bailing out the little guy, and fucked everyone over, and then the banks let the people who they gave the loans to still squat in the fucking houses for like another 6 years. And that created an enormous bubble that's popped even farther down the line. We're talking like 2016, 2017 is when you really start seeing the fucking extremely damaging fucking effects of this wave from these loans, and it just put us in a perpetual state of debt that just keeps climbing and raising because they still keep fucking giving out all these fucking loans and all the student debt. And then the fucking cherry on top is the green climate fucking scam, because if anyone who does their own research, listen, here it comes. I'll totally let you speak after this. So if you look back, listen. You can totally just go off as soon as I'm done right here.
Is climate change a scam?
Listen. So all you have to do.
Just answer the question. Is climate change a scam?
Listen, I already said yes. I'm explaining why. Because I'm the one who said climate change is a scam. So now you're asking me if it's a scam.
Why do we observe additional ocean acidification, and we can see that coral reefs are dying off en masse? Why would that be the case?
Let me practice my First Amendment rights and fucking explain Mr. First Amendment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Fucking.
I could tell this is already not going to go very well.
Well, I mean,
here's the thing, man. You and I, like, in terms of like what we agree with.
You're conceding right now, bro. You're not letting me speak because you can't handle it, bro. I'm right on your own channel, bro, and everybody's hearing it.
For a sec. So nobody can actually hear you right now. So you and I operate on two completely different worlds. I have to be stuck in empirical reality world. And so when you sit there and say that climate change is a scam, that kind of goes against the mountain of empirical evidence of multiple different areas of study with many, many different papers that is able to corroborate very clear evidence to the fact. The reality is, regarding climate change, this is actually well solvable. We do actually, from a world stage, have to enter into climate agreements to reducing carbon emissions. We already have the technology necessary to reduce climate emissions, and it doesn't actually require any issues whatsoever. It can be from going into a people-centric situation where we basically are able to change the car-centric infrastructure around to allow for less travel time between locations by switching residential and commercial zones, right? It's literally a piece of paper. It can be changed. Emphasize the use of smaller vehicles to get people from point A to point B, and public transportation with the usage of electricity. And then walking away from things like coal power and oil power and move towards nuclear, solar, and wind. All of these is well feasible. We have the technology to do it. But the problem is that there's a lot of oil tycoons that do not want to be the fact. And so it's actually a scam in the opposite direction. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and unmute you. So go ahead.
Oh, bro, I can't believe you muted me, bro. That is the most, no wonder no one's calling in. I just found your channel. Literally,
there's
it just
tons of
popped
people.
up randomly.
There's tons of people calling in.
Listen,
but there was a bit of a lull. I'll grant you that.
Listen, bro, I just found your channel, right? I took the courage to give you a call. You can't mute people if you don't want to hear their point of view. And I wasn't yelling. I wasn't trying to, you know what I'm saying? You weren't letting me talk, and then you muted me. That's who would want to deal with that? Can everyone hear this right now? Or are you cutting me off from your actual channel? You know
no, I can hear you. And
everyone else can hear this?
The meta, everybody can hear this. I'm not.
You're
just talking meta. You're not actually addressing what I'm saying.
Bro,
right. This is what happens with all right wingers. Right wingers, they as soon as I push back against them, they go First Amendment, bro, my fifis. Dude, how about you actually respond to what I said instead of just go on dumb meta? Or are you just going to be stuck on the dumb meta? All right, I'm going to let you respond to my discussion regarding climate change, right? And you're not going to talk meta, right? So go ahead.
Bro, so what happened was, I made a statement, and you wouldn't, I literally said,
cool. All right, good talk.
5
good
words.
Talk. Meta.
It's not meta,
dude. Come
what
on.
Are you talking about?
Stop talking meta. Talk about climate change.
Homie, calm down.
Stop talking about meta. You're doing meta again. This is meta.
This isn't meta.
Yes, that's what meta is. Do you understand what meta means? Meta means that rather than talking about the topic, you say, "Oh, why are you interrupting me? Oh, you did spend all this time interrupting me, and you won't let me finish my statement." That's meta.
Cool,
you're talking about the meta overall arching conversation than talking about what is actually happening. So I'm asking you, right? Do you have a rebuttal towards the climate change? What I was referring to,
homie. I'm the one who brought it up. I'm the one who fucking brought it up.
I disagree with you, so please respond. Stop talking meta. Respond to the climate change argument.
Bro.
Why is it a scam?
Okay, are you going to let me fucking talk?
Oh my God, dude. Meta. All right, have a good day.
I'm asking you a question, bro.
Meta. Oh, why can't you talk? Let me talk. All right, talk about the climate change. Yeah, but bro, you won't let me talk. I'm letting you talk right now. See the problem? This is a problem, dude. These right-wingers, they can't handle it. It's ridiculous. They're completely out of their gourd. I don't know what else to say. I sat there, told him directly, hey, please don't talk about meta. Talk about climate change. Talk about climate change. Talk about climate change. Well, I do want to talk about climate change, but you keep interrupting me. Meta, 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 meta. All right. Taking any calls. Anybody who wants to call in. Rain goes, we were talking about insurance and banks, and the caller switched to climate change. Like, what the fuck? Completely agree. Yeah. In fact, we were talking about positive and negative rights. It's like, well, that's boring. I'm bored. I'm tired. If I could not talk about the thing, I'm now tired. I'm like, all right, bro. I mean, I guess like if you want to have TikTok brain, go for it, I guess. We can go to the next thing. All right, let's take a call. You're on the line with First Amender.
Hello?
Hello?
Hi, this is Cartero from your... I think I called you, what was it, like 2 days ago?
How you doing, Cartero?
Doing well, doing well. Out of curiosity, do you recall how I asked you for a study last time?
I'm sure you may have asked for a study.
It's fine, it's fine. I was just curious. It's not really a big deal. It's not really what I wanted to talk about. Does my audio sound a little bit better this time?
Sound great.
I'm doing it. My phone is working this time.
Yep, you sound great.
I listened back on the stream last time, and you know, it sounded pretty rough. So thanks for putting up with that, buddy. You know?
No problem.
Anyway, so I don't know if you recall. I'm the guy who was talking about how I didn't think other alternatives to like feminizing kids had been properly explored, and so I guess that would be like my scientific objection.
Yes, I remember you.
Like, oh, we need to try all the methods, but I want to get into my broader, like more philosophical objection. Is that okay? Can we do that?
Sure.
So yeah. So this one wouldn't really be so much a contention with data, so much as I would have a alternative prescription for it. So basically, my point, if I had to just like sum it up as a logical syllogism, would be the first premise is that in some cases, duty can supersede one's like autonomy, as long as it's of like a significant enough like importance. And then my second premise would be that men and women should have different duties, and so then my conclusion would be that your duty to being either a man or a woman, your gender role, would supersede your autonomy to do something like feminize or try to alter your gender expression.
So when I'm hearing you say this, right, just from the get-go,
yeah,
just as is,
yeah,
no adulterants, it sounds to me that you're arguing a naturalistic fallacy.
How so? How so?
You're saying, well, people naturally do this, therefore you have a duty and therefore ought to do that thing. It's natural, therefore we must do it. But it doesn't really explain as to why.
Well, sure. Let me get into the why, I guess. So, like,
also, who's to say
lineation,
a trans person
yeah,
can't do that?
Sorry, go ahead. What?
Who's to say a trans person can't fill traditional gender roles?
Well, I would say that gender roles would include reproduction. Like, obviously, there are cases where some people will have fertility issues, and that's like a sad thing. Obviously, I wouldn't require that person to do anything. There are cis women that have fertility issues. What?
There are cis women who have fertility issues. So what's the problem?
Well, that's what I was talking about.
Doesn't mean that they can't fulfill gender roles.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not
so a trans woman can fulfill the same gender role.
Well, hold on. If let's take, because I think you would support, right, like a fully, as you would say, like cisgendered male like me, like you would support me basically if it would increase my own personal mental health. You would support me at basically losing my ability to be fertile, right? Like that could happen under certain treatments.
Believe it or not,
necessarily
trans men
all
and
of them.
trans women are still fertile. Most of them are still. Most of them don't get bottom surgery. You're aware it's like 2%
Sure,
of
but
trans
you would
people
permit
even
that,
get
right?
bottom surgery.
Well, it's not really about the amount of them that do. It's just about the fact that you would permit it, right? Like for me, that's what it's about.
Permit
And also,
what? What do you
even the
mean?
ones
No,
who don't
trans
get it,
men and women
even
can
those
have
who-
babies. It's okay. They can have babies. Go
Well,
have babies.
even the ones who don't, yeah, but I mean, do we really think that a lot of them are going to do that? Like, wouldn't that be
There are
kind
lots of trans people that
historic?
do have and want babies. They're
Well,
real.
I'm sure they exist, but I'm
Okay,
sure
so
it'd
what's
be
the
much
problem?
lower than the general population, correct?
I'm sure it's probably lower to some extent, but at the same time, it's like I don't see why, like, they can choose to have babies. Like, also, I think if it was exactly the same, I don't think you would concede to the argument anyway. So I don't think this even matters.
If the fertility rate was exactly the same, you're right. I wouldn't concede, but the reason
Okay,
for that
so it
would
doesn't
be
matter.
because, well, hold on. Let me go into it. The reason I think it would be different, like, I think if you have a different set of parents, right? Like that'll alter the outcomes of the child differently, right? So, like, I really
not
don't
really.
think it'd be
so it's
true.
It's wide variation. It depends how they individually take care of that child. There's instances where
Well,
there
I
are
don't-
cisgendered
Sure, but
people
there are instances
where it's
that would
hold on,
disqualify you.
hold on. There's instances of cisgendered people where they're highly abusive towards their children, and then there's instances of trans
And I don't
people
think that they should
who
have
are
children.
not abusive at all. In fact, quite loving family. I mean, like
I'm not talking
it just
about
there's a
abuse, though. I'm not
wide
talking about
variation
abuse.
to abuse versus not abuse, and I'm sure that there's trans
Well,
people that abuse their
Sure.
kids too. I mean, it's humans.
I'm not
who
talking about
abuse.
child
It
abuse,
has
though.
nothing to
I'm not
do as to
talking about child
whether or not they're
abuse.
trans.
Yeah, so I wasn't talking about abuse though. What I'm generally talking about, right, is like by your same token, right? Like, couldn't there be and I'm not saying that these two are like morally equal per se, but like, you know, you could have theoretically an alcoholic parent that doesn't physically abuse their children or whatever. It doesn't mean that we would ever give like if there was like an adoption facility, they would never knowingly give their children to like an alcoholic family if that information was known, right? And it's not because it's not because we think that they'll be abusive. We just don't think it would be like a good fit, right?
Yeah, I mean, again, like this is true for cisgender and trans. I don't see where your point is.
Well, yeah, sure. So my point is that your biological sex and the way that you parent are kind of intertwined. So, like, for instance, when a child is
Your
born,
biological
they feel more,
sex and your parent are intertwined?
No. The way that you're like the success of parenting, part of that comes from your parents expressing in a way that aligns with their biological sex. So like, you know, like when a child is born, they're more likely.
So if they're
like, a lot more likely
transgender,
to prefer their mother.
So if they're transgender, that if they
Well, then
acknowledge if they acknowledge their existence,
the child.
No,
I think
it
it's
wouldn't,
important.
because you're talking about specifically a child being transgender. By pushing them
I'm not
against
talking about
their
the child. I'm talking about the parents. Sorry.
What are we even talking about at this point? You have gotten me so confused and going in all sorts of directions that I don't even know what the heck you're talking about at this point. I don't know.
Let me try to back up to. Sure. Yeah. Okay. I don't want to be confusing. Let me try to make my argument a little bit clearer. Okay. So here's what I would say. And I don't think that this is a naturalistic fallacy. Is what I would say is that we all have, like, if you want certain conditions to be true for broader society, then you have to give people kind of collectively, you have to give them some kind of duty or contribution that they would make to make those things true. Part of that, I think, would include, if you want if you want people to be treated well continuously, then that means we need to have some amount of a duty towards fertility, towards continuity of a nation. And I would say that because, heteronormative, heterosexual behaviors have a greater fertility, then they should be encouraged so that we can have continuity. And you might say, well, there's lots of, you could have a small segment of the population not be fertile, and it wouldn't necessarily prevent the continuity. But then you have a double standard where you basically have a segment of the population that doesn't need to do something. It'd be like the same thing would apply with like taxes.
But this doesn't matter because trans people still have babies. Even and when I mentioned if the fertility was the same, it wouldn't matter to you. And now you're saying it matters to you. You're contradicting yourself.
Well, hold on. I think even if the fertility,
I said if the fertility was the same, you heard that earlier, right? Like you said, like I said, hey, if the fertility was the same, this wouldn't matter to you, right? Like you would still not concede the argument.
It's part of it,
and
right?
then
So
you said, and hold on, and then you said that it would not matter. Okay, so the fertility doesn't matter. So you bringing up fertility, we could just table that because obviously that doesn't matter to you.
Okay, sure. Well,
okay, so bringing up fertility again, when you've already tabled it, is not a good argument. You have a problem in your argument.
Control for fertility, that's fine, but I would say it does still.
No, you literally conceded that fertility is not a factor.
It is a partial factor.
No, you did not. Absolutely not, because I removed it entirely and it didn't matter to you. Did you hear what I said? I said it doesn't matter to you because I removed it as a factor and that would not cause you to concede your argument. Therefore, it is not a factor.
Well, no, there's more than one factor.
Oh, dude.
Right?
Okay.
So
does it have a part? What's the percentage? Does it have a partial factor to it? Is it a 20%, 10%? What are we talking here? What are other factors?
Yeah, well, let me talk about that. So I think that the parental outcome for a child, if they're not taught properly, like what, like if they don't have a proper understanding of their like sexes, like biological tendencies, and they're in an environment where that kind of thing is altered,
so
then I think that
the understanding of sex and gender is often is far more understood by trans individuals than it is by people who don't understand.
Talking about regular babies.
So so a kid, right, who's going through their life, right, it is likely that the far right-wing family that calls being trans an ideology is likely going to have a very challenging childhood to deal with if they, say, for example, possess congenital adrenal hyperplasia or androgen insensitivity syndrome. They would likely not know how to address that. Whereas a transgender person or people who are understanding of the differences between sex and gender, they would be able to adequately handle the needs of that child.
Well, I don't really think I agree with that claim, but I think it's kind of
that's 100% the case.
Okay, well,
but let's be honest, like a lot of the times people who are like very right wing and then they end up experiencing it themselves, it stops becoming like, oh, it's an ideology because they see it themselves and what it's actually like, as opposed to listening to Fox News.
Right? Like if someone
no, I'm saying like
people
they address hormones and the way it exhibits itself differently depending on the genetics that you have. And so when I brought this up,
would have a survivorship bias.
They wouldn't know. Yeah, they wouldn't know how to deal with it.
No, because if you're, I mean,
right? Like they don't even know what congenital adrenal hyperplasia even is. They didn't even know that that existed until when I just said it.
Okay.
Yeah, so like
if you're talking about people who have some kind of issue with their sex, like some kind of hormonal issue or issue with their
that's literally what
sexual
being
organs or
trans
something,
is.
Not
Yes, it
necessarily.
is. Yes.
Right? Like,
Yes,
would
it
you
is.
say, wait. Wait, hold on. I might be mistaken here. And look, you're the big expert here, so feel free to correct me. But I'm pretty sure most people who transition, it's like they usually have functioning genitalia. They usually look like their sex prior to transition. No?
Yes.
Yeah, so I don't think most of them would have traits that you
So
would call
the
intersex.
external
I think that's a minority of
genitalia,
it, right?
the external genitalia do not necessarily match with what is happening in the brain. In fact, I have provided very conclusive studies that show unique brain phenotypes of transgender individuals, both trans male and trans female, among their cisgendered counterparts. Specifically, subcortical volumes of their brain were shown to have significant differences in possessing unique brain morphology. That means the basis of being trans has actually largely a predetermining factor that occurs as early as an embryonic stage. There is only one way you can have subcortical volumes of the brain differing so significantly like that. There is a genetic factor to associate it.
Yeah. Well, let me agree with you on one point, that I do think there is a biological component to people experiencing gender dysphoria. I think that if there is a little boy who has a brain that's more wired in a female way, and maybe he has lower testosterone when he goes through puberty, yeah, I can understand why that would make him be insecure about his gender or something like that. I just don't agree with the prescription that you should then try to like feminize him or something like that. I don't think that I feel like that's a non sequitur almost.
Do you think that endocrinologists, psychologists, neurologists, do you think that these people have done studies on transgender and intersex people enough to the point that their current prescriptions of providing gender affirming care is based in evidence?
Well, what do you like? What is the aim of prescribing it? Like, what are they trying to do?
So what they've observed is that there are X group of people that possess things like gender dysphoria among adolescents, and they provide gender affirming care to reduce gender dysphoria. Right?
Okay.
And so I'm asking you, do you believe that prescription is based in evidence?
For the sake of the argument, sure.
Okay.
Maybe it does
so
alleviate
we
it.
know that it helps alleviate it, and it is more effective than other proposed measures. There have been, for example, instances of conversion therapy that have shown woeful results.
Sure. Well,
so we don't do the conversion therapy where we force them to affirm into the opposite gender or than what they feel. We put them into the gender in the way that they feel, and that it assists with their gender dysphoria. So, and the basis of that is on the basis of evidence. But last time that we talked, you seemed to operate under the sense that the endocrinologists, the psychologists, the neurologists, they don't know really what they're talking about, and there's likely a better
I think,
solution.
I don't think that's what I argued. I argued that
you argued that there was a better solution.
Looked into.
That there should be other ways to look into it. But the problem is that they have already done this research. The research you're talking about already exists.
So you're going to tell me that literally every single possible method of reducing gender dysphoria, literally every
No, I'm sure there's other ways to potentially
Yeah.
look into.
Well,
I'm not
that's my
against.
point.
Well,
That's
but
my
that's
point.
fine. The science moves forward. I always go in the realm of evidence-based care. If, for example, you're able to reduce gender dysphoria without causing harm to the child, and it leads to better efficacy, then yeah, I'm in favor of it. I have no problem with that at all.
Okay. Okay. Well, can I give you a quick analogy?
Okay.
Is that okay? So, like, for instance, okay, let's say you have a young couple, okay? Me and my wife, we've recently had a baby. So 1 in 4 women after giving birth experience postpartum depression, right? There's going to be an increase in suicidality.
Yeah.
I think it would be fair to say that if they were to get rid of the baby, right? And mind you, this is a born baby, okay? Not one that you would be okay with getting rid of typically. I think if you were to get rid of it, it would cause let's say that it could get rid of the postpartum depression. She's not going to have suicidality anymore. Would that be okay for her to get rid of the baby?
What are you talking about?
Well, sure. Let me take it home for you. My point is that I'm not necessarily disagreeing that you could alleviate the depression or the suicidality in a certain way. I'm just saying that you are altering your ability to do certain things. And I think that, like, I think that you're, like, because we don't have the medical technology to, like, fully alter you such that, like, you know, if you're like some girl or something, you can become this massive buff dude or something. You will always exist in this middle space where you're not able to do what you would, like, want to. Like, you'll like, I think if, like, even if with the stuff we have now to transition, I don't think you can ever be in the higher end of what you'd want to transition into. What you're hoping for is maybe passing, right? And so what it means, essentially, if you're considering what that person is doing broadly, is they're basically cutting off their ability to do what they might have been good at to try to do something that they'll be worse at.
I don't know what you're talking about at this point.
Which part are you confused about?
The whole thing. It just sounded like word salad. It didn't make any sense.
So the whole thing, like you didn't get the analogy?
By the way, Bobro, feel free to ban that user. Go ahead. I don't understand what you're saying. I'm arguing
Here, let me try to,
is efficacious based research, right? Right. Efficacy shows that it works.
Sure. Well, yeah, but like,
right. And then in the event that there's something that works better,
doesn't necessarily mean we
hold on.
should
If
do
there's
it, right?
in the event that there's something that works better, then great. Let's do that instead. Right. I'm all in favor of getting people the care that they need. Right. But the argument right now that I've observed among people that don't seem to understand the trans discussion, they often will say things like, well, I believe that, Jesus Christ, this game. I believe that they don't really understand the efficacy or what exactly is happening there. They just simply kind of operate in whatever worldview that they have as opposed to reality.
Sure, yeah.
You know, and I'm stuck in reality where, like, I can see, hey, this works. Why don't we do the thing that we know works?
Here, let me use. I don't want this one to go over your head, but I'm going to try another analogy. Okay, stop me if I'm not making sense. But like with other conditions, right? We might prescribe something, but there's often like a conversation over whether or not you do it. It is seen as a completely valid thing to not do medication for certain things because we know that there are side effects, right? Like lots of like antidepressants or something you might take can have some pretty intense side effects. It's not like an unreasonable thing to say, hey, we don't want those side effects. Don't do those antidepressants. Even if you've proved the medical efficacy of them at alleviating the depression, there can be other things. And I think in this case, if we're talking about like what you would call like trans healthcare, those things can have some pretty intense side effects. No, like I mean, you're basically talking about alleviating a mental condition.
There's side
with
effects for
extreme physical
literally
alteration.
every single medication.
Well, yes, but I'm
even
saying that
ibuprofen has side effects, and
But the
I would say
magnitude of these side
that you
effects
should
is
look
pretty
at.
extreme compared to
Dude, bro,
ibuprofen,
you
no?
gotta let me talk.
All right, sorry, go ahead.
But this is that would be a discussion that happens between the doctor and the patient, right? And in the case if there's a child involved, the parent is involved as well. This isn't difficult. This is the same concept with any care. You know, there's risks and reward for all care, and you just go with what is efficacious. That's it.
Sure, but like the magnitude of the side effects here, I think you're understating.
No,
them
the
somewhat.
magnitude
like,
of the side. First of all, we're not even. What are you talking about? Are you referring to HRT or are you referring to hormone blockers? Those are two different things. Those are two different side effects.
HRT, hormone blockers.
Okay, but
surgery,
no.
like,
So the
literally all of
hormone
it is
blocker
pretty
side
intense
effect
in terms
is
of what it's gonna
relatively
do.
minimal. It's almost non-existent. The only things that even are even remotely are short-term fertility losses as well as bone density loss, which is resolved with a calcium pill. That already is not an issue, right? As far as HRT, well, that's a lot more radical. There's a lot more to talk about, but that's where it's like, okay, well, you have instances where people who are 16, but yet here we are at 12 years old giving children Ritalin. Right? And sometimes Ritalin works really well, and other times Ritalin doesn't work so well. It depends on the patient. And just so you're aware, Ritalin side effects are far worse than hormone blockers.
Then we shouldn't give kids Ritalin.
Oh my God. But it's effective in some kids.
Should be guinea pigs for these kinds of things.
It's not a guinea pig. It's well substantiated studies over decades of research. It's not a guinea pig.
Well, I mean, they found.
Oh my goodness!
You might think it's somewhat.
We
absurd,
still
but, like,
prescribe Ritalin in 2025. Now, was there an overprescription in say the 90s? Yeah, there was. Yeah, I would agree with you. Too much prescription. We don't want to do that. And then what happens is the medical community they moved on that. That's fine. That's how science works. They find new evidence. They change under the basis of the new evidence. The current evidence that we have as of right now is that gender affirming care works. Hormone blockers has a very tiny, negligible side effects, which honestly, at the end of the day, there are far more harmful side effects that exist for drugs on all sorts of minors. But there we are providing the prescription because the risk is worth the reward.
If it would alleviate like the whole broader public's suicidality at a rate that we can notice, would you give everyone a free pony?
If what?
If it would improve everyone's mental health outcomes, if it would alleviate suicidality, to give everyone a free pony, would you do it?
I mean, that's like a supply issue, and also there's not enough ponies.
Well, sure. But, we can scale up pony production or whatever. Would that
how much more is it affecting people's mental health outcome as opposed to like having to take care of and rear a pony? Just seems kind of cumbersome.
Well, let's just say, for the sake of this hypothetical, that it's a net positive effect. Would you support everyone in society getting a free pony?
Sure.
So you think we should?
Yeah,
all
I
get
mean, like in your vacuum,
that?
in your vacuum hypothesis, where it's a net positive, then yeah. But
I'm not saying it's a net
rearing
positive. I'm just
rearing
saying
a
it would
pony.
improve mental
You
health
said it was a
outcomes.
net. Oh my God.
I said it would help.
That's
mental health
literally
outcomes.
what you
That's
said
different
in
than
your
being net
hypothetical.
positive.
So again, I'm stuck on the fact that you're
I'm saying it'd be a
ultimately
net positive with regard
having to
to
do
mental
like
health.
in your vacuum argument. Which great,
I'm saying
but
with
in
regard to
reality,
the effect on
obviously, it's a
mental health,
lot
it would
to
be a
rear a
positive
pony.
effect.
And so when you're asking, if it were not net positive, like I'm seeing it would actually be kind of a net negative in the sense of like the pony itself, as opposed to because it's like literally this giant living animal that like requires a lot of infrastructure to like take care of. It's like I don't know if that would be effective.
Yeah. Well,
and then
no,
you're
no,
like,
hold
well,
on.
all else equal, it's just net positive. Okay, then it's good. Like,
I'm not saying it'd be a net positive with regard to everything. I'm just saying with regard to mental health outcomes.
Yeah, again, like there's a lot of factors involved in taking care of a pony.
Yeah,
but I mean, if you're talking about things like, I don't know, like service dogs,
all the infrastructure, but it would increase mental health outcomes. Like, you'd have great mental health outcomes. People would stop killing themselves
great.
if they get a
Yeah,
free pony.
Ponies
Should
for
we
everybody.
give everyone a free pony?
Ponies for everybody. Yep.
See, that seems a little silly, right?
No,
like,
it doesn't.
It?
If everything was taken care of, why not?
Do you at least understand why some people would be against
also,
that?
Giving people hormone blockers is not equivalent to giving everybody a pony. Like,
you're right. Hormone blockers
huge
is way
difference.
Worse than giving everyone a free pony, dude.
You think it's worse?
Yeah, it has. You're not
crazy,
getting your
man.
natural hormones, dude.
You're crazy, bro. You're crazy.
I'm crazy?
Yeah,
How am I
you're
crazy?
Crazy.
What do I have?
You literally just argued that a pony would be less harmful than providing hormone blockers to people who need it. I don't know what else to tell you. I mean, you and I are on completely different realms of imagination.
Do you not like ponies, dude?
I'm sure they're great, but they're really cumbersome. Like, it's a lot to own a pony. Like, a lot.
Dude, you sound like my dad right now. He's a pet hater. You like him.
Okay, I don't know what that argument was. That doesn't have anything to do with the argument.
It's not an argument. It's just a statement, buddy. But no, I mean, yeah, I think they're. I don't.
Is gender affirming care effective? Yes or no?
Effective at what?
At relieving gender dysphoria.
Maybe. I don't really care. I wouldn't prescribe it either way.
Well, you argued that it was there in the basis of evidence, so it would be. Yet that would logically follow.
I conceded that for the sake of the argument because.
Oh, okay, so
I don't
you never
want
agreed
to...
with it. You just wanted to be like anti-trans. Got it.
Well, no, I'm trying.
I mean, again,
like,
dude, there's so what's upsetting about this is that there's so much research on this. You can read about the specific research, understand the endocrinology, understand the neurobiology, understand the biology behind it, and understand why they came to these conclusions, as well as the psychology behind it. But rather than doing that, I'm just going to ask you, like, where did you get your information regarding trans people? Seriously.
Which information? Like, which specific, like,
all of it.
Thing that
everything you know about trans people, where did you get it?
I got it from J.D. Vance whispering in my ear.
All right. You see the problem?
I'm kidding, man.
I know you're kidding.
Don't know, like various sources,
let's
right?
be honest, though, right? You probably went on Twitter. You probably went on YouTube. You probably saw some anti-trans YouTubers. And let's be honest, you didn't read any of the relevant literature. Because what happens is that the right-wingers, what they'll tell you is that it's all a giant conspiracy. All of the psychology, all the biology, all the endocrinology, all of the neurology, it's all BS. Hell, they don't even know how to spell the word endocrinology, let alone tell you what endocrinology even is. If I asked you, what is endocrinology? I'm curious, do you know the answer to that?
Yeah, I do. Just let me Google it.
What is it? No. Just, okay, you don't know what it is. Endocrinology is the study of hormones affecting the body. That it's an extremely relevant field of study that is very empirically based. Same thing with the neurobiology. Like all of this trans stuff, a lot of people, what they like to think is that, it's just sociology. That's not the case. And what's really annoying is that right-wingers, they just end up in this echo chamber where they don't read any of the relevant research or information. They just kind of feed off of one another and say, "Oh, they're trying to trans the kids. They're abusing kids. They're like pedophiles. Oh God, there's drag queen story hour." And they literally
I don't think you're like a pedophile, buddy. Don't worry.
No, I'm not saying you do. I'm saying that this is really common. And unironically, they know precisely nothing on the subject. Literally nothing. And so I behoove you,
Well,
right? You don't
do you
sound
think-
like a bad guy, right? It would behoove you.
Okay,
I
thank
think it would behoove you to spend the time to read the studies, to read research, to read the analysis behind
do you not
trans
think that
people.
You've summed it up? Do you not think you've summed it up? Can I?
I've tried, but here's the thing, right?
Like,
I'm just some
I-
douchebag YouTuber, okay? I'm not an expert on the field,
Okay.
right? I just
Well, no, but
I just have done a lot of reading because I mean, me myself, I used to be anti-trans. I was one of the anti-trans people when I think in like 2016, they're like, men can be women. I was like, this is crazy. I didn't believe it. I was like, there's no freaking way. This is nonsense. We've lost our
buddy, what
freaking mind.
happened?
Yeah. Well, the problem is that I sat down and I read the actual empirical studies that exist behind it. And as time had gone on, I was like, holy crap, this is a lot more empirically based than I initially thought. A person's
But here's
internal
my-
sense
so you
of
know
their
how you brought up
sex is largely determined by
you brought up the
by
naturalistic
internal
fallacy
body
earlier?
chemistry. And that
I
body
think just because
chemistry
some study
is
says-
very different regardless as to what genitals you have. And this can be exhibited in all sorts of people. There are people that have a dickie, but for whatever reason, they act more femmy than what normal people with a dickie have. And then if you have a dickie, there are also some people that are super freaking masculine and they're like really big, giant freaking dudes and they look like gorillas and they lift 400 pounds, right? Those are also
That's
people.
me, by the way.
And then there are females, right? They got the vajayjay, yet for whatever reason, they seem to be like really tomboyish and they like to like rough and tumble with all the guys and they have guy interests, but they got the vajayjay. And then you also got people who got the vajayjay and they're like really girly things and frilly pink stuff and that's what they like. Do you see
Hey,
that?
look,
Like there's
I like
huge,
tomboys
I'm
as
pointing
much as
out
the next guy, but they're
there's
never, like,
huge
as good at men stuff, right?
variation in what people
They're just
are. Okay.
They're just better than the girls, right? Anyway.
What? No, I'm just saying there's huge variation in how somebody feels internally, right? In a person's personal interests. And what we have found is that there's wide variation in people's hormones and hormonal systems. And while there's largely like a typical male to female spectrum, testosterone to androgens, as well as progesterone and estrogen, that there are people that don't fit that paradigm. And a lot of that is super biologically determined, right? And that's
Can we take a quick step back?
that is trans people. I hope that makes sense.
So yeah, sure. Well, look, I understand that you seem to have this issue with a lot of right wingers have argued, and honestly, dude, yeah, that sounds upsetting if people aren't engaging with the studies and they just have their uninformed view and they come bulldozing in with some aggressive claim, especially if they're slandering people who've done a lot of work on it. And so I can understand if you'd be like kind of wary to that. I'm not trying to do that here. What I'm trying to say is that even if the studies say it would alleviate suicidality, that's not the only thing that would be relevant for me. I'm saying that I can completely grant what you're saying, but I think there are lots of other facters to consider. I think the effect on the person is another thing to consider, right?
Well, it makes them happier. The other factor is that you would like traditional gender norms to be upheld.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Well, great. Well, you're already done there because you actually don't have to do anything regarding that because that's already done by your hormonal chemistry. Right. So regardless of whether or not we acknowledge trans people, the traditional male and female is not going away. It's still there. It's just I think trans people. And you can look at, for example, in India, they have traditional male and female roles in India, but there's also been for thousands of years the acknowledgement of men that act like women and women that act like men. And they dress in that way, and that's how they feel. And they're called hydras. And they've been that way for thousands of years. Like it's like a very old tradition. You can Google what a hydra is. And they have just acknowledged the existence of trans people prior to there being a single study regarding trans people. I'm just pointing out that traditional gender roles are still upheld, but also trans people. Does that make sense? Like, you can have your traditional gender norms.
I hear what you're saying, but I think that, I mean, you're wouldn't it be true that maybe there's a segment of people that have traditional gender roles, but then also sounds like there's a small segment that like that wouldn't uphold that, right? I mean, irregardless of what we think of it, being transgender is not conforming to traditional gender roles. Like, it's not. We can say whether
that's
or not
okay.
that's bad
There's
or a
nothing
good
wrong
thing,
with that.
right? Well, okay, but
it's
then
not hurting
your point
anybody
that it's
for
not
them
gonna do
to
anything
fill their
traditional
gender
roles isn't true.
as they see fit. And also, you don't need to force every single person to abide by gender norms in order for gender norms to exist. Gender norms exist regardless of how you feel.
Sure,
So,
that can be true, but what I would say, right, is that is even if you do see people typically acting in a standard way because of certain hormones, there is also some amount of choice in terms of how you express, right? Like, if you take the same guy with the same amount of hormones and you plop him in a different social environment, that'll get expressed in a different way. And what I'm saying is that people ought to try to express in a specific way. And so
what if they don't want to?
These people well, then they're kind of a defector at that point, no? Like, how would they contribute to broader society if they? Yeah,
there's
I
lots
think
of trans people that contribute to
defector.
society quite greatly, I would say.
But they wouldn't contribute. But their contribution would be reduced.
No.
How would it not be? That's my question.
I know. I mean, I can't tell you how many like brilliant software developers are trans. There's a lot. There's more than you think.
I've heard that.
Like super freaking smart. Like crazy intelligent.
With, like, the Linux programmer with like the
yeah, and they just they got the programmer
on.
socks. I mean,
I've heard that one.
It is what it is.
That
I mean,
checks out.
there are people.
But what I'm talking about.
I mean, like, those people contribute, and there are also. I mean, if you think that the level of value in society is, I don't know, being able to have kids. Well, I got news for you. Trans people are having kids. Also, did you know there's actually an evolutionary advantage for there to be gay animals, both among humans as well as among other animals, especially among mammals.
Naturalistic fallacy.
No, I'm just saying
Rape
it's
is
been
natural
exhibited.
among
It's been
animals,
exhibited
right?
elsewhere.
Like, animals rape each other all the time.
I agree with that, but that doesn't lead to beneficial outcomes. But I'm pointing out that as an example, normally what happens in among animals is that they when you have gay couples, they actually end up adopting abandoned babies, and that's very common. Now, so specifically,
some of them do, but also some of them will have some woman get impregnated and then take the baby away from her, which I don't think is very good. I don't think they should be doing that.
Nobody's doing that. Where did you get that?
They do.
Nobody is taking their babies away from mothers.
Well, it's a deal. They're not like literally stealing the baby. The mother is agreeing to it, but they're still
the mom doesn't want to take care of a kid. So it's an abandoned child.
No, she gets
being assisted by being assisted.
Bro.
Yeah, it's a surrogate mother. That's fine. What's wrong with that? That's making babies. Isn't that a good thing?
You shouldn't commission a child.
Why not?
With the
you want babies, don't you?
Separating it from its mother.
Wait, you want babies, don't you?
No, I don't. I don't want babies in all scenarios.
Oh, okay. So you don't want babies. Got it.
No. Wait.
So you want babies, but only in a heteronormative sense. It can't. You can't. Yeah. No. Okay, that's terrible. Come on. It's ridiculous.
Why is that terrible? Why is that terrible? That's how
because there are plenty of people that don't live that heteronormative sense, and they live perfectly happy lives, right? You're just being bigoted.
That's fine. You can live.
Yeah, I mean, you're just being bigoted. You're saying, hey, it can only be this way. It's just bigotry.
But that's not the well. Can you really say that every single parental combination is going to have equal effects on kids on average? Like that sounds kind of crazy to me. Right?
No, I don't think so. I think that there are cisgendered people that abuse kids. There's gay parents that abuse kids. Don't abuse kids.
Abusers should have kids. That's not what I'm talking about.
Well, I'm just saying, don't abuse kids.
Just because you're heterosexual doesn't mean you get kids, right? Sure. But I would say only. No,
I'm saying like there's people that abuse kids, and so like the factor of worrying about, abuse of kids when both that factor is apparent in both hetero and homosexual normatives, it shouldn't matter. That shouldn't be a factor to you.
Why not? Why shouldn't that be a factor?
Well, because it exists in both.
It exists in both what?
It exists in both gay and heteronormative couples. In fact, have you ever heard of the child? What was the? Oh my God! Awful story. This poor child. Let me look. Hold on. Can you just pause for a second, just please?
All right, go ahead.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember the name of the kid. Yes, Gabriel Fernandez. Have you heard of that?
No, I haven't. Enlighten me.
Oof. Great Netflix documentary, The Murder of Gabriel Fernandez. But basically what it was is so there was an instance of a child who was abused and tortured over a period of months and died due to a beating from his mother and her boyfriend 2 days earlier. They were charged and convicted of first-degree murder with special circumstances of torture. Gary allegedly abused Gabriel due to a perceived homosexuality. It was actually he didn't show any signs of actual homosexuality, though that doesn't even matter. They had succumbed him to abuse and torture. There were regular physical beatings, burns from cigarettes, heated objects, shots from a BB gun, the forced consumption of cat litter, cat feces, spoiled food, as well as his own vomit. And beyond physical torment, he was subjected to psychological abuse, such as being forced to sleep bound and gagged in a small cabinet and made to wear girls' clothing. Fernandez's siblings reported that the mother and stepfather would laugh during the abuse. According to prosecutors, one of Aguirre's motivations for this abuse was that he believed that Fernandez was gay. So it turns out that prior to poor Gabriel Fernandez, he had a couple who took care of him who was gay, the couple. And they took very good care of Gabriel Fernandez, always smiling, always had good times, always, and then the mother wanted child support, I'm sorry, not wanted child support. She wanted a tax write-off. And so she sought to get custody of Gabriel Fernandez and was successful in getting Gabriel Fernandez because she was the biological mother.
Yeah.
And
okay, that sounds really horrible. That's a terrible thing to happen. No one should do that to their kid. You shouldn't murder and torture your kid. But I don't.
But do you understand that it's a situation where you're talking about?
Well, and here's the other thing I would like to say about that too. It sounds like in that case,
he was
the
in a
mother
perfectly
and the boyfriend
loving.
weren't even married.
He was Hold on. He was in a perfectly loving a relationship with his gay fathers, perfectly fine, no issues, and then taken into a heterosexual couple with Pearl Fernandez, and then they abused him to death. Right? Just because they are given the a heterosexual couple doesn't mean that all of a sudden it's going to be a better outcome. No, the reality is you got to look at the individual. Yeah, you got to look at the individuals and whether or not that they're even going to be good parents. Pearl Fernandez is one of the worst human beings. Like they have a history of abuse, yet they gave the child to the biological mother. And one of the things that was even a factor as to why they even gave the child to them is, one, it was the mother, and number two, the fact that it was a gay couple. It's completely disgusting. Disgusting.
Well, hold on though. Like, if like, obviously what happened is horrible. They shouldn't have given him to the mother. But like, if you don't, like, if there's no outward sign.
Oh, but it's not heteronormative. It's not heteronormative. You were talking all that heteronormative shit a good minute ago. Now what happened?
Yeah, well, I still believe in heteronormativity.
Oh my God, dude!
But that's not the only.
I'm not even necessarily against people who live heteronormative lives, but this idea that you have to have heteronormativity, and that we should push for heteronormativity.
Well, I would say that I think
go
that's the best
F yourself.
condition for
Stop
kids
being
to
a
grow up in.
homophobe and realize that that homosexuals have just as much rights of heteronormative couples. That's my argument.
Well, sure, they have the right to make their
and you're
own
trying to make
babies.
an
I don't
argument
think that
against
they can
it.
do that, though.
What? They can have surrogate kids. They could also have adoptions.
Well, no, I don't think they
This
can
is very
do that.
common.
I don't think that's good.
Well,
that's
in
not
the
your
case
own.
of
That's
Gabriel
someone-
Fernandez, you seem to disagree with it. Obviously, because it results in the
Well, I
abuse
agree.
of the child. It's completely
You're
ridiculous.
assuming that there's only one option within that case, where either he would be with the gay couple or the surrogate mom. If the surrogate mom had a history of abuse, you could also
Why not just
give her
leave them
to
with
a
the gay couple?
different couple.
Why not just leave them with the gay
I think that
couple?
the outcomes that kids have within
The
gay
gay couple
couples
were
are
more
typically
than
worse.
willing to take care of that child.
Well, maybe in this
And
case,
your
they would've
argument
been a
is,
good fit,
well, they're
but when
gay.
you're
I can't trust them. I don't trust them. They're gay.
Well, no, the outcomes for children within those couples are typically worse. Like, they're more likely to have poor mental health outcomes. They're more
Honestly,
likely to
I'm gonna
have
be honest with you.
substance abuse issues. If you want to look into the data,
I'm
on
actually
that,
I'm getting that feeling again, where I get so disgusted by what somebody is saying that I just want to hang up. So I'm gonna give you the last word, but I mean this is gonna be it, and I would say, up your empathy and reconsider your position.
Hey,
But
I'm a pretty
go ahead.
empathetic guy.
No, you're not. Go ahead and continue. Go ahead and give me your final thought on it, and then I'm going to leave you to it.
Sure. Well, my final thought is just that I think heterosexual couples tend to have better outcomes with the kids. Obviously, not in all cases, and there are other things that can predict it too. But based on that, I would say that kids should be raised with a mother and father, and that we shouldn't try to allow people to alter their bodies in a way that will prevent them from being able to fulfill their gender role. That's it.
Jesus Christ. I'm sorry. When I started thinking about that poor boy, I started really getting upset. And listening to him talk about it, I really, his lack of empathy on the subject really started to bother me. And I was about to crash out right there. Sorry. Yeah, I just couldn't continue with that. I don't know if now's a good time to stop. Should I stop or take another call? I don't know. If somebody doesn't call in the next 5 minutes, I'll probably just stop and we'll reconvene, I suppose. But yeah, wow, that was a really depressing. Like, the guy was so bigoted, he was just like, well, in that case, you know, I mean, there shouldn't have been the gay couple. There should have been a separate couple, even though that they were perfectly, like, fine, loving, non-abusive. Like, go fuck yourself. You're actually a monster. Holy crap. Jesus. Man. Get that pit in my stomach, and I'm just like, dude, I'm so disgusted by you. Ugh. You're so gross. I don't even know why I brought up Gabriel Fernandez. I knew that was going to affect me. Ugh. Dang. Bo Rose saying, you could stop for the day. Yeah, it's probably a good idea. Been streaming for 5.5 hours. It's been good. If we don't get any other calls, I'll probably just... Yeah, honestly, it's probably a good idea. I mean, I could go get some dinner and vibe out and hopefully just not think about the horribleness that happened. I appreciate y'all very much. I really do. If you like me, you hate me, whatever. Consider a subscribe. I'm a really small YouTuber, so sorry. Any amount counts. So, 1, 2 subscribers. Hannah says, geez, that's a long time. Yeah, gotta get them subs up. We're on our road to 1,000. What is 1,000 subs going to be like? 1,000 subs. What would that be like? What do I do for 1,000 subs? Aesthetics Waiting TV says, I'm an anarchist. Can I debate you? Yeah, absolutely. We take calls, 202-998-5218. But I am going to close up shop for today. But if I were you, subscribe, if you would. And if you want to know when I'm streaming next, I have a notification server that lets people know, hey, I'm streaming right now. So consider joining that if you want it. But if you want to actually debate, go on Modern Day Debate. I've been taking a little bit of a break from Modern Day Debate, but you can always go in there and have discussions. But yeah, if you like this content, consider subscribing. I'm a really small YouTuber, so any amount counts. 1, 2, man, it's huge. Any amount, seriously. I gotta figure out what I'm gonna do for 1,000. We're gonna do the the 1,000 sub special will be. Oh yeah, I know what I should do. There was a game that I used to play. Where I would make a blank, template mascot. Right? And then I would say, what do I draw on the mascot? To make it. And whatever people suggested, and it had to be one item at a time, I would just draw. And then I would just spend the time and color it and then show the mascot. It never looks good. Just FYI. It's a goddamn nightmare, but it's really fun. It's really, really fun. You guys will love it. I used to do it all the time. And that's, yeah, we're going to do that. That's going to be the 1,000 sub special. Drawing the mascot. Thousand sub special. That's going to be it. Mascot drawing time. All right. Thank y'all. Thank y'all very much. Y'all have a great day.